If you're thinking about earning your high school equivalency diploma, the GED test is one of the most recognized paths in the United States and Canada. It can open the door to new job opportunities, college admission, and personal achievement. Before you dive into studying, it's important to understand what the GED actually is and why it matters. GED stands for General Educational Development, and it refers to a test that certifies high school-level academic knowledge and skills. It's not a high school diploma, but it's considered an equivalent. When you pass the GED, you show that you have the same knowledge as someone who completed high school in the U.S. The GED test is owned and administered by GED Testing Service, a partnership between the American Council on Education, ACE, and Pearson, a major testing organization. Now that you know what the GED is, let's talk about who it's designed for. The GED is for people who didn't finish high school but want to earn a recognized credential. It's often required for jobs, training programs, or college admissions, and you usually need to be at least 16 to take it, though the exact age rules depend on your state or country. It's especially valuable for adult learners going back to school, those looking for better job opportunities, and anyone pursuing career training or technical programs. It can also help immigrants and international students prove their education meets U.S. high school standards. While we'll cover test format in the next lesson, here's a quick overview so you understand the big picture. The GED is made up of 4 subject areas, each taken as a separate test. You'll be tested in mathematical reasoning, reasoning through language arts, or RLA for short, science, and social studies. You can take them all at once or space them out. You only need to pass each section once to earn your GED. Before you dive into test prep, let's pause and look at the bigger picture. Why the GED is worth earning. Earning your GED can unlock college and financial aid opportunities, increase your job eligibility and income potential, qualify you for military enlistment, give you a fresh start in your career or education path. It's more than just a test. It's a credential that represents persistence and growth, and with the right preparation, it's totally passable. Let's review the key takeaways. The GED stands for General Educational Development and certifies high school-level knowledge. It's intended for individuals who didn't complete high school but want an equivalent credential. The GED is widely accepted by colleges, employers, and the military. It includes 4 subject areas, which you can take individually. Earning your GED can lead to better jobs, college access, and personal achievement. Now that you know what the GED is, it's time to look at how the test is structured. Understanding the format can help you avoid surprises on test day and use your time wisely during each section. This lesson breaks down the timing, question types, and layout of the exam so you know exactly what to expect. Let's take a quick look at how the GED exam is structured and what subjects it covers. The GED isn't a single long exam. Instead, it's made up of 4 separate subject tests, and you can schedule each one individually. Here's how it works. These are the tests in the order they are often taken, but you can take them in any order. Mathematical reasoning, reasoning through language arts, RLA, science, social studies. Each of these tests has its own time limit, question types, and specific instructions. Importantly, there is no overall time limit. Rather, each test is timed separately. To help you manage your time on test day, it's important to understand how long each section takes. First, the mathematical reasoning section gives you 115 minutes to complete various math problems. Next, you'll move on to reasoning through language arts, which is the longest section at 150 minutes. This part includes reading, grammar, and an essay, and you'll get a 10-minute break between the reading and essay portions. Then, you'll take the science section, which is 90 minutes long. Finally, the social studies test wraps things up with a 70-minute time limit. Each test is timed separately, so you can focus on one subject at a time without worrying about an overall time cap. As you prepare for the GED, it's helpful to know the types of questions you'll face on each section of the test. To begin with, you'll encounter traditional multiple-choice questions, where you choose one correct answer from 4 to 5 options. In addition, there are fill-in-the-blank items, which require you to type a word, number, or short phrase into a blank space. Furthermore, you may come across drag-and-drop questions, where you'll need to move pieces of information into the correct spot on a chart, timeline, or diagram. Another format is the drop-down question, where you select the correct answer from a small list of options. You might also see hotspot questions, which ask you to click on a specific part of an image or graphic to respond. Lastly, the Reasoning Through Language Arts (RLA) section includes an extended response question that requires you to write a well-organized essay using evidence from 2 provided reading passages. Now let's talk about computer-based testing features. The GED is primarily taken on a computer. Here's what you need to know about the format. On-screen calculator is provided for math, science, and social studies when allowed. Flag for review lets you mark questions you want to come back to. Zoom tool lets you enlarge text or graphics if needed. Countdown timer is always visible, so you can pace yourself. You don't need to bring your own calculator. The test uses the TI-30XS Multiview, which is built into the exam for relevant questions. You can also use a physical version of this calculator on allowed sections. Wondering if you can revisit questions during the GED? Here's how navigation works. Fortunately, for most questions on the GED, you can skip and return later within the same subject test. This means you're allowed to move forward and backward through questions as needed. Additionally, you can flag questions to revisit if you're unsure. Moreover, you can even change your answers before submitting the section. However, there is one important exception. Once you move on to a different part of a test, for example, from the multiple-choice section to the extended response, you usually can't go back to earlier sections. So, make sure to manage your time carefully and review any flagged items before advancing. Now let's talk about something that often surprises test takers: what you won't see on the GED. First off, there are no spelling tests and no handwriting assessments. The test is taken on a computer, and you won't be judged on your penmanship or spelling accuracy unless it directly affects meaning. Second, you won't be doing any speaking or oral interviews. The GED is a written test only. There are no verbal sections like in some language exams. And you don't need to memorize tons of facts. Instead, you'll be given charts, graphs, passages, and data to work with. Your job is to analyze, reason, and respond based on the information provided. In short, the GED isn't about cramming, it's about thinking. You'll be tested on how well you understand and apply information, not just how much you can recall. Let's wrap up what you've learned about the GED format. The GED is split into 4 timed subject tests, each taken separately. You'll see a mix of question formats, including drag and drop, multiple choice, and fill in the blank. There's a built-in calculator and timer, and tools to mark questions for review. You can usually go back and change answers during the section you're working on. The test is designed to evaluate critical thinking, not just rote facts. Knowing the layout helps you stay calm, work efficiently, and focus your study time where it counts. Before you can begin preparing for the GED test, you need to know how to officially sign up for it. This lesson will walk you through the entire registration process step by step, making sure you know what to expect, what you'll need, and how to avoid delays. Getting this part right is crucial, because only registered test takers can access official test dates and centers. Let's start with a question many people have. Who is eligible to take the GED? First, you need to be at least 16 years old. But keep in mind, if you're under 18, some states require extra steps, like getting parental permission or submitting school withdrawal papers. Next, you must not be currently enrolled in high school. The GED is designed for individuals who've left the traditional school system and want an alternative path to graduation. Also, if you already have a high school diploma or an equivalent, you're not eligible to take the GED. It's meant for those who haven't earned one yet. And here's an important note. Some states require you to be a resident in order to take the test there. So be prepared to show proof of residency, like a state ID or utility bill, when you register. Once you meet these basic requirements, You're ready to begin your GED journey. Let's keep going. Let's talk about how you'll actually take the GED. You have two main options, and choosing the right one can make a big difference in your comfort and performance. First, you can take the GED at a test center, offered in all states, paper or computer-based. Most centers use computer-based. Must bring valid ID on the test day. Alternatively, there's the online proctored exam, only available if you score green ready on the official GED Ready practice test. Must have a quiet, private room, a reliable computer with webcam, and a strong internet connection. Tip: if you're more comfortable in a structured setting, a test center might be the better option. But if you're tech-savvy and want to skip the travel, online testing could be more convenient. Let's walk through how you can register for the GED exam with ease. The GED registration process is done entirely online through the official GED testing platform. Here's how to register. Step 1. Create your GED account. To begin, go to the official GED testing site and select Sign Up. Enter your name, email, and password, then verify your email. Next, fill in your personal details, including your address and education history. Step 2. Select your test subjects. Now, choose whether to take all 4 GED subjects at once or schedule them individually. The 4 subjects are Reasoning through Language Arts, Mathematical Reasoning, Science, Social Studies. Tip: you can space out the tests if you're not ready to take them all at once. Step 3. Choose your testing method. You'll then be given 2 options. In person at a test center, select your nearest test location and available dates. Online proctored exam. This option is only available if you score green ready on the GED Ready practice test. You'll need a quiet room, a webcam, a microphone, and stable internet. Be aware, not all states allow online testing. Your account will tell you if you're eligible. Step 4. Pick a date and time. Next, browse the calendar of available time slots. Choose the time that works best for you, then confirm your selection. Step 5. Pay the testing fee. Each subject costs around $30 to $40, but this may vary by state. You'll pay per subject, only for what you're scheduling now. Some states also offer free or discounted GED tests, and your account will show any available options. Now that you've completed the registration process, here's what happens next. Once you're registered, you'll receive a confirmation email with all your test details. If needed, you can reschedule or cancel through your GED dashboard, usually up to 24 hours before your test. Be sure to carefully review the test day rules listed in your confirmation message. And if you're taking the test online, don't forget to follow the tech check instructions provided. This ensures your device meets all requirements before test day. Let's quickly go over what we've covered. To register for the GED exam, create your GED account. Choose your test subjects and preferred testing method. Pick a date and time that works for you. Pay for the test. Then, check your confirmation and follow any prep instructions provided. By following this process carefully, you'll avoid delays and be ready to move forward in your GED journey with confidence. In this lesson, we'll focus on practical test-taking strategies that can make a real difference on test day. These techniques are not just about tips. They're based on how the GED is structured and how you can boost accuracy, save time, and reduce mistakes on each of the 4 subject tests. The goal? Help you pass faster, smarter, and with more confidence. Let's begin by learning how to tackle the most common question type on the GED, multiple choice. Most GED questions are multiple choice, which means you're given a question and several answer choices, usually 4. Here's how to approach them effectively. Read every word carefully. First, don't skim. Read the question and all the choices slowly. GED questions often include tricky wording like, which of the following is not true? It helps to underline key words in your scratch paper, or at least mentally note them. Eliminate wrong answers first. Next, cross out options you know are clearly wrong. Narrowing your choices to 2 or 3 significantly boosts your chances, even if you end up guessing. Use the backwards method. Another great trick: start with the answer choices and plug them back into the question. This method is especially helpful for math and grammar questions. Watch out for trap answers. Finally, beware of trap choices. These are answers that are too extreme, only partly true, or completely off topic. The GED often checks to see if you're reading carefully, not just relying on memorized facts. Time limits can feel stressful, but not if you walk in with a solid plan. First, use the 2-minute rule. If you're stuck on a question for more than 2 minutes, flag it and move on. You can always come back later if time allows. Don't let one question eat up your clock. Second, don't spend too long on reading passages. For long reading sections, read the questions first, then scan the passage. Focus only on the relevant parts, instead of reading everything in detail. Third, know the question count. Each GED subject has a different number of questions. Use this to pace yourself. Reasoning through language arts, RLA, about 46 questions. Math, about 45 questions. Science, about 35 questions. Social studies, about 35 questions. Break your time into chunks based on the number of questions, and always try to leave 5–10 minutes at the end for review. Next, let's talk about how to approach written response questions on the GED. 2 GED sections include written responses. First, the Reasoning Through Language Arts, RLA section includes an extended response. This is your essay. Second, the Science section may include a short answer question. To respond effectively, use a simple writing formula. For both essays and short answers, follow this structure. Intro sentence. Restate the prompt in your own words. Evidence. Use details from the passage or data provided. Explain. Show how the evidence supports your point. Closing sentence. Wrap up your thought clearly. Don't panic if you don't know the right answer. There isn't just one correct answer. GED looks for logical reasoning, structure, and support. Finally, let's cover what to do when you're unsure of an answer. The GED does not penalize wrong answers, so guessing is always better than leaving a question blank. First, eliminate and pick. Get rid of any clearly wrong options. Then choose your best guess from the remaining choices. Next, choose consistently. If time runs out and you have to guess on several questions in a row, pick the same letter, such as all B or all C. This gives you a small statistical edge compared to random guessing. To wrap up, let's talk about how to stay calm and focused during the GED exam. Even the best test takers make mistakes when they're anxious. Here's how to stay grounded. First, use breathing techniques. If you start to panic, pause for 10 seconds, close your eyes, and take 2 to 3 deep breaths. This simple technique can quickly bring your focus back. Next, focus only on the current question. Don't stress about the one you just answered or the one that's coming next. Take it one question at a time. Finally, avoid distractions. Ignore the timer for most of the test. Just check in about halfway through to make sure you're on pace. Let's review what we've covered. To improve your performance on the GED, read carefully and eliminate wrong answers. Manage your time using pacing rules and the 2-minute method. Structure written responses with clear evidence and logic. Guess smartly. Never leave blanks. Stay calm, breathe, and focus only on one question at a time. By mastering these strategies, you'll be more confident and more efficient. 2 of the most powerful tools for success in the GED. In this lesson, you'll learn exactly how the GED is scored, what score you need to pass, and how the scoring system affects your future opportunities. Understanding the scoring system will help you set realistic goals, track your progress, and focus your preparation effectively. Let's start with the basics. Each of the 4 GED subject tests, mathematical reasoning, reasoning through language arts, social studies, and science, is scored individually on a scale from 100 to 200 points. The scores fall into 4 performance levels. 100 to 144 below passing. This means you did not meet high school equivalency standards. 145 to 164 GED passing score, you met high school equivalency standards. 165 to 174 GED college ready. This indicates you have the skills to enter college without remediation. 175 to 200 GED college ready plus credit. You may qualify for college credit, depending on your chosen school's policy. It's important to remember you must score at least 145 on each individual subject test to pass. There is no combined total or average score required. You simply need to pass all 4 subjects separately. Now that you understand the scoring scale, let's talk about what it actually takes to pass the GED. To earn your GED diploma, you must score 145 or higher in each of the 4 subject tests. If even one subject falls below 145, you won't pass the GED overall, no matter how well you did on the others. Here's an example to make it clear. Let's say you scored 148 in mathematical reasoning, 150 in reasoning through language arts, 143 in science, and 155 in social studies. Even though you passed 3 out of 4 subjects, the science score, 143, is below the required 145. That means you did not pass the GED overall. Remember, there's no averaging scores. Each individual subject must meet the passing mark of 145 to earn your diploma. Now that you know how scoring works and what you need to pass, let's break down what each score range actually means for your future. First, if your score is between 100 and 144, that's considered below passing. You'll need to review the subject and retake it. Focus especially on the areas where your performance was the weakest. Next, a score between 145 and 164 is the standard GED passing score. This means you're eligible for a high school equivalency diploma and have demonstrated the same academic level as a graduating high school senior. If you score between 165 and 174, that places you in the GED College Ready category. This often means colleges won't require you to take remedial or prep classes. It also improves your chances of getting admitted to college-level programs. Finally, a score between 175 and 200 qualifies as GED College Ready plus credit. Some colleges may actually give you credit for certain college courses. For example, if you score 180 in math, a college might waive a basic math requirement, saving you both time and money. Keep in mind, not all colleges automatically accept the College Ready plus credit level, so be sure to check with the admissions office at any school you're applying to. Let's now look at how your GED scores are actually calculated, because knowing what's graded and how can help you focus your efforts where it matters most. First, most of the test questions, like multiple choice, drag and drop, drop down, and fill in the blank, are scored automatically by the GED system. These questions are either right or wrong. There's no partial credit. You get full points only if your answer is completely correct. But when it comes to writing tasks, such as the extended response or short answer questions, these are scored by trained evaluators using a detailed rubric. Your written responses are graded on several key areas: the clarity and structure of your ideas, the use of evidence and reasoning to support your points, and, in the language arts section, grammar and sentence structure are also evaluated. Each of these elements contributes to your final score. It's also important to note that some parts of the test carry more weight than others. For example, in the language arts section, the essay makes up 20% of your total score, so doing well in your writing can have a big impact, even if the rest of your answers are strong. So, what happens if you don't pass one of the GED subjects? First, don't panic. You can retake any subject up to 3 times with no waiting period in between. After the 3rd try, you'll need to wait 60 days before attempting that subject again. Here's how it works. You only need to retake the subject or subjects you didn't pass. Any subjects you passed will stay valid, so you won't have to start over. And depending on your testing center, you might even get a reduced fee for your retake. This setup gives you a real chance to regroup, review your weak areas, and come back stronger. Your GED scores aren't just numbers, they're tools for planning. By understanding what each score range means, you can set smarter goals for yourself. For example, if your goal is just to pass, you'll aim for at least 145 in each subject. But if you're thinking about college or career advancement, aim higher. 165 or more can help you skip remedial classes or even earn credit. Your scores also help you measure progress during practice. If you're consistently scoring low in one subject, that's a sign to focus your study time there. And here's a tip. If your score is right on the edge, like between 140 and 144, you're very close. A bit of targeted review could make all the difference. Use your scores to guide you, not just to the diploma, but to your bigger goals beyond the GED. Let's quickly recap what we've covered in this lesson. Each GED subject is scored on a scale from 100 to 200. To pass, you need a minimum score of 145 in each subject. But remember, higher scores, like 165 to 200, can unlock additional opportunities, such as college admissions or even college credit. If you don't pass a subject, don't worry. You only need to retake the ones you didn't pass, and you have multiple chances to try again. Also, don't underestimate the value of your practice test scores. They can help you pinpoint where to focus and track your improvement over time. By understanding how GED scoring works, you're not just preparing for a test, you're building a smarter path to your goals. Welcome to Lesson 1.6 of the GED course. In this lesson, we'll guide you through developing a realistic, effective study plan, designed specifically for adults who may be juggling jobs, families, or other responsibilities. Success on the GED depends not only on knowing the content, but also on managing your time and creating a steady, structured study routine. This is your strategy session. Before you even think about opening a textbook or downloading a study app, you need to take a step back and look at your current lifestyle. How much time and energy do you actually have to study? Start by auditing a typical week. Look at your schedule day by day and figure out when you're free. You might be surprised. Sometimes, even short windows of 30 minutes during a lunch break or a quiet evening can add up. Then, set goals that match your reality. If you only have 45 minutes a day, don't try to force yourself into a 3-hour study session. That's a fast track to burnout. Instead, be honest. Build a plan around what's actually doable, not what sounds ideal on paper. Once you've figured out your available time, the next step is to choose a study frequency that actually fits your routine. Remember, consistency over quantity is key. Your minimum goal should be to study at least 5 days a week, even if the sessions are short. A 30-minute daily review is far more effective than cramming for 3 hours once a week. And here's a tip that makes a huge difference. Apply spaced repetition. This means reviewing old material regularly so you retain it longer. Even just a quick revisit of previous topics before starting something new can reinforce your memory and deepen your understanding. Now that you've chosen a study frequency, it's time to bring it all together with a weekly schedule. Here's a sample weekly plan, totally customizable based on your own routine. Use this as your starting point, then adapt it to fit your own life, energy, and priorities. Rather than studying at random, it's far more effective to break your GED prep into clear, manageable phases. Let's take a look. Phase 1. Build your foundation. Start by focusing on the basics, things like decimals, grammar rules, U.S. history timelines, and basic biology. This isn't the time to rush. Make sure you fully understand the concepts before trying to memorize them. Phase 2. Master application. Once your foundation is strong, it's time to apply what you've learned. This means practicing how to solve problems, analyze reading passages, and interpret graphs. At this stage, focus on skills like comparing texts, drawing conclusions, and evaluating evidence. Phase 3. Practice under pressure. Finally, simulate real testing conditions. Time yourself on each section, just like on the actual exam. This phased approach keeps you focused, builds your confidence gradually, and prepares you for test day, step by step. Setting goals is important, but tracking your progress and celebrating small victories is what really keeps you moving. First, set clear milestones. Create checkpoints throughout your study journey. Finish your first round of math review. Score 75% or higher on a timed quiz. Review all science concepts from start to finish. Each milestone is a sign that you're moving forward. Then, reward yourself. And when you hit a milestone, take time to celebrate. Whether it's a small treat, a relaxing break, or a day off, rewarding progress helps you stay motivated and energized for what's next. Let's quickly review what you've learned. Start by auditing your time honestly. Look at your weekly schedule and figure out when you can realistically study. Even short sessions matter. Then commit to consistency. Aim to study at least 5 days a week, even if it's just 30 minutes a day. Next, build a weekly schedule with clear goals and rotating subjects. This keeps your learning balanced and organized. Break your GED prep into 3 clear phases: Foundation, where you learn the basics; Application, where you build problem-solving skills; and Practice, where you test yourself under pressure. Track your progress with simple milestones. And just as important, celebrate those wins. It keeps motivation high. Finally, keep reviewing old material. Spaced repetition helps you remember what you've already studied. With the right plan, consistent effort, and steady motivation, you won't just feel ready, you'll be ready when test day comes. Welcome to Module 2 of the GED course, where we begin our in-depth preparation for the Reasoning Through Language Arts RLA test. This lesson will give you a clear understanding of what to expect in this section of the GED, the essential skills you'll need, and how the exam is structured. This is your foundation for mastering reading, writing, and critical thinking on the GED. Let's begin by understanding what the RLA, or Reasoning Through Language Arts section, is really about. This part of the GED isn't just a basic reading or grammar test. Instead, it evaluates your ability to read and understand complex texts, analyze arguments, and communicate clearly in writing. In other words, it's about how well you can reason through language, both as a reader and a writer. You'll be tested in 3 key areas. First, reading comprehension. You'll need to interpret both literary and informational texts. Second, writing and the extended response. This is your essay, where you'll craft a well-structured argument using evidence. And third, grammar and language conventions. You'll be expected to spot and correct errors in usage, punctuation, and sentence structure. As for timing, you'll have 150 minutes in total. This time includes the essay portion, so pacing is essential. You'll want to manage your time carefully between the reading, multiple choice, and writing sections. Now that you understand what the RLA section covers, let's look at how the test is actually structured. The GED Reasoning Through Language Arts exam is divided into 3 main parts, each designed to test different but related skills. Section 1. Reading Comprehension. Read both literary and informational texts. Answer multiple choice and drag-and-drop questions. Focus on key ideas, supporting details, inferences, and textual evidence. This section evaluates how well you understand, interpret, and analyze written material. Section 2. Extended Response. Essay. Respond to a writing prompt. Read 2 short passages presenting different viewpoints. Choose a side and support your response with evidence from the texts. Tests your ability to build an argument, organize ideas, and write with proper grammar and clarity. You'll be graded on how well you understand the texts and how effectively you communicate your opinion in writing. Section 3. Language Conventions. Covers grammar, sentence structure, punctuation, capitalization, and word usage. Correct run-ons, fragments, and misplaced modifiers. Improve sentence flow and overall clarity. This section ensures you can revise and edit writing effectively, which supports both your reading and writing performance. Now that you understand the structure of the RLA test, let's break down the core skills you need to master to succeed. These are the exact areas tested on the GED, and knowing them gives you a real advantage. 1. Reading comprehension skills. First and foremost, strong reading skills are essential. You'll need to identify the main idea and supporting details, understand the author's tone, purpose, and perspective, make inferences and draw logical conclusions, analyze how word choice affects meaning, interpret and apply textual evidence. Mastering these skills will help you tackle both literary and informational passages with confidence. 2. Writing and essay skills. Next, for the extended response section, focus on strengthening your writing. You should be able to write a well-structured argumentative essay using provided texts, develop clear thesis statements, support your claims with relevant textual evidence, organize paragraphs with smooth and logical transitions, maintain a formal academic tone throughout. In other words, this section tests how clearly and effectively you can express an argument in writing. 3. Grammar and editing skills. Lastly, don't overlook grammar. This part of the test measures your ability to revise and improve writing. Be prepared to correct errors in subject-verb agreement, identify and fix sentence fragments and run-on sentences, use punctuation correctly, including commas, apostrophes, and colons. Improve overall word choice and sentence clarity. By strengthening these skills, you'll be more prepared to catch and fix errors that could cost you points. As you prepare for the GED RLA exam, it's important to recognize the types of questions that appear again and again. These are high-frequency question styles you're very likely to encounter. Which sentence best supports the main idea? What inference can be made from this paragraph? Which revision best corrects the error? What is the author's claim, and what evidence supports it? Which sentence best introduces the passage? Revise this sentence for clarity or grammar. In addition to question types, make sure you memorize and practice the language conventions that are most often tested. These include verb tense consistency, comma usage in complex sentences, correcting homophones, there. By focusing on these common question types and grammar patterns, you'll be better prepared to earn points quickly and avoid careless mistakes. In this lesson, you discovered what the GED RLA section truly tests and how to prepare for it effectively. Here's a quick summary of the key takeaways. Focus on reading comprehension, grammar, and writing. These are the core skills the exam measures. Learn to identify arguments, evidence, and the author's purpose in both fiction and nonfiction texts. Strengthen your sentence structure and punctuation to avoid common grammar pitfalls. Understand how to structure and support an argumentative essay using textual evidence. Review high-frequency grammar topics like punctuation, sentence clarity, and verb consistency. In this lesson, we'll focus specifically on how to read and analyze passages on the GED RLA section. Reading comprehension isn't just about reading fast or understanding words. It's about breaking down what the text is saying, how it's structured, and why the author wrote it. This lesson will help you sharpen the exact reading strategies needed to succeed on test day. Let's begin with a quick look at what reading comprehension on the GED is all about. Reading comprehension questions on the GED focus on extracting meaning, interpreting structure, and evaluating claims in both literary and informational texts. You'll be asked to understand what is said, figure out how it's said, and judge why it matters. Here's something important to note. There will be no essay or writing required in this part, only reading and answering multiple choice or drag-and-drop style questions. Now that you know what reading comprehension is, let's move on to the next key area. The GED includes two major types of reading passages. 1. Literary passages. These are fictional stories or excerpts from novels. They often involve characters, dialogue, and a narrative arc. Expect questions about character motivation, theme, mood and tone, conflict and resolution. 2. Informational passages. These are nonfiction texts like newspaper articles, essays, or scientific texts. Questions often focus on author's argument or purpose, text structure, use of evidence, fact versus opinion. Let's keep going. Understanding these passage types is key to answering GED questions with confidence. You've seen the types of passages. Now, let's talk about how to approach them effectively. Here are strategies that make a difference during the exam. 1. Preview before reading. Skim the first and last sentences of the passage and the first question. This gives you a target to read toward. 2. Annotate the text mentally. You can't write on the screen during the test, but train yourself to mentally note things like, who is speaking? What is the main idea? What shift in tone or topic happens? 3. Find signal words. Words like, however, in contrast, for example, and, as a result, indicate important relationships between ideas. 4. Don't read for memorization. You can go back to the passage. Focus on locating and interpreting rather than memorizing details. Now that you know how to read actively, let's shift our focus to the skills that show up most often on the GED. These are the high-yield reading comprehension skills you need to master. First, we have understanding the main idea. Always ask yourself, what is the passage mostly about? And what's the author trying to tell me? This helps center your reading. Next, pay close attention to identifying supporting details. These are the facts, examples, or quotes that explain or back up the main idea. If you can spot them, you'll have a better handle on what the author is trying to say. Another key skill is author's purpose. Think about why the author wrote the passage. Is it to inform, persuade, entertain, or explain something? Recognizing this can help guide how you interpret the tone and intent. Moving on, let's talk about making inferences. This means using logic and context clues to figure out what the text implies, but doesn't state directly. For example, if a character sighs and looks at the clock, you can infer they're probably impatient or bored, even if the text doesn't say it outright. In addition, you'll need to be good at analyzing text structure. That means recognizing how a passage is organized. Is it cause and effect, compare and contrast, problem and solution, or just chronological order? Understanding the structure helps you navigate the passage and predict what might come next. Finally, we come to evaluating claims and evidence, especially common in informational texts. Here, ask questions like, is the claim backed up by solid facts? Is the author using real examples or just opinions? These core skills show up again and again, so sharpening them gives you a real edge on test day. Now that you know the core reading skills, let's look at the kinds of questions you'll actually see on test day. Understanding the format ahead of time will help you stay calm and confident. First, multiple choice. Pick the best answer. Often, 2 answers seem right, so use evidence from the passage to decide. Next, drag and drop. You may need to sort sentences into categories, sequence events, or match evidence to claims. Finally, evidence-based pairs. First, answer a question about an idea. Then, choose the part of the text that best supports that idea. Before we wrap up, it's important to watch out for a few common mistakes that can cost you points on the test. Here's what to avoid. First, don't assume knowledge. Base every answer only on the passage. Second, don't rush. Read carefully. Even one word can change the meaning. Lastly, don't overthink. The best answer is usually clearly supported by the passage. To wrap things up, let's quickly review what you've learned in this lesson. You'll read both literary and informational passages on the GED. Remember, focus on skills like finding main ideas, making inferences, and analyzing structure. Also, use active reading strategies to stay engaged and save time. Be prepared for GED-style formats like evidence-based pairs and drag and drop. And finally, always practice interpreting only what is stated or strongly implied in the passage, not outside knowledge. Welcome to Lesson 2.3 of the GED Reasoning Through Language Arts module. In this lesson, we'll focus exclusively on the core writing skills you'll need to pass the GED RLA test, specifically how to write clearly, correctly and effectively in short responses and full-length essays. Let's now turn our attention to the writing portion of the GED Reasoning Through Language Arts section. The GED RLA includes writing in two major ways. First, the extended response essay. This is an argumentative essay. Second, short writing questions, where you'll be asked to edit or revise a passage. Both types test your ability to clearly express ideas, follow logical structure, and use standard English conventions. The key takeaway is this: it's not just what you write, but how you present your ideas that truly matters. Now that you know what's expected in the writing section, let's break down how to structure your essay for success. The GED Extended Response is a timed writing task. You'll be given two short passages with opposing viewpoints and asked to: first, pick a side. Then, support your position. Finally, use evidence from the texts to back up your claim. Here's the basic structure your essay should follow. Introduction. 1 paragraph. Start with a clear thesis statement. This means stating your position. Briefly mention both sides and explain why your side is stronger. Example thesis. Although both passages address renewable energy, passage 1 provides stronger evidence and logic, making it more convincing. Body paragraphs, 2 to 3 paragraphs. Each body paragraph should focus on one main point. Provide a quote or paraphrased idea from the passage. Explain how it supports your side. Use transitions like, for example, in contrast, or this proves that, to smoothly connect your ideas. Conclusion, 1 paragraph. Restate your argument using different words. Briefly summarize your main points. And most importantly, do not introduce new evidence in your conclusion. Before you start writing, it's important to know how your essay will be scored. Your writing will be judged based on 3 key criteria. Here's what you need to focus on. First, clarity and focus. Avoid vague or off-topic ideas. Keep each paragraph focused on one main point. Use clear topic sentences to guide your reader. Next, organization. Follow a logical structure. Introduction, body, conclusion. Use transitions to connect paragraphs smoothly. And don't jump between ideas without explanation. Finally, evidence and reasoning. Pull facts or quotes directly from the passages provided. Don't just summarize. Explain why the evidence supports your position. Avoid personal opinions or stories. They won't earn you points. Now that we've covered structure and key writing elements, let's zoom in on your sentence-level skills. Strong writing isn't just about organization, it's also about how you write each sentence. Here's what the test evaluates. First, sentence variety. Use a mix of sentence types to keep your writing engaging. Simple. The author supports solar energy. Compound. The author supports solar energy, and she includes data to prove it. Complex. Although both passages present strong points, one is more convincing. Avoid repeating the same sentence pattern too often. Next, word choice. Use precise academic language. Instead of vague words like good, try effective, convincing, or logical. Avoid casual language such as stuff, things, or kinda. Be formal, but still clear and easy to read. Finally, active voice. Whenever possible, choose active voice over passive voice. Active. The author argues that wind energy is efficient. Passive. It is argued by the author that wind energy is efficient. Active voice is clearer, stronger, and easier to follow. As you polish your writing, keep this in mind. Even a strong argument can lose points if it contains basic errors. Let's go over the most common ones and how to fix them. First, run-on sentences. These occur when two complete thoughts are joined without proper punctuation or a conjunction. Wrong. The author supports clean energy, she gives many reasons. Better. The author supports clean energy, and she gives many reasons. Next, sentence fragments. Fragments are incomplete thoughts. To correct them, combine with a main clause or complete the idea. Wrong, because the passage shows strong evidence. Better, the passage is convincing because it shows strong evidence. Then, repetition. Repeating the same point or phrase weakens your writing. Try to expand your ideas or add new examples instead. Finally, off-topic ideas. Make sure every sentence supports your thesis. Avoid bringing in unrelated details, outside knowledge, or personal stories. Now let's take a moment to look at a sample GED writing task. No writing required just yet. This will help you understand exactly what to expect on test day. Prompt summary. You'll read two short passages that argue different views about school uniforms. One says they promote equality, the other says they limit self-expression. Your task is to decide which argument is stronger. Next, use specific evidence from the text to support your choice. Finally, organize your writing clearly from introduction to conclusion. This is exactly what the GED will ask you to do. Pick a side and prove it using evidence and reasoning, not personal opinion. To sum up everything we've covered in this lesson, the GED writing section tests your ability to argue clearly, support your points with textual evidence, and write in formal English. First, always use the standard structure: introduction, body, and conclusion. Next, aim to master sentence variety, a formal tone, and overall clarity in your writing. Then, be sure to avoid common mistakes like run-on sentences, sentence fragments, and vague language. And most importantly, always support your argument with evidence from the passages, not your personal opinion. In this lesson, we focus specifically on the GED extended response, which asks you to write an argumentative essay using evidence from two provided passages. You won't just write your opinion. You must analyze, compare, and support a position using logic and textual evidence. Mastering this part of the test can significantly boost your overall RLA score. Let's begin by understanding what the GED essay, officially called the extended response, is really measuring. It's not just about grammar or structure. Here's what scorers actually look for. First, analysis of arguments. Can you figure out which author presents a stronger argument? Second, use of evidence. Do you quote or paraphrase evidence correctly and effectively? Third, development and organization. Is your writing clear, logical, and easy to follow? Finally, clarity and command of language. Can you express your ideas in a precise, formal, and mostly error-free way? Time limit, 45 minutes. Keep in mind, your entire essay must be planned, written, and revised within this time frame, so pacing matters. Now that you know what the GED essay is testing, let's take a closer look at the prompt itself and how to approach it. You'll be given two non-fiction passages with opposing views, a prompt that asks, which argument is better supported and why? Here's what's important to remember. First, do not summarize the texts. Second, do not state your personal opinion. Instead, your job is to judge the quality of the arguments based on facts, logic, and use of evidence. For example, a typical prompt might say, analyze both authors' arguments and determine which one is better supported. Use specific evidence from both texts to support your answer. Understanding the prompt is half the battle. Stay focused on what it actually asks. When evaluating argument quality, look for logical reasoning, credible evidence, and fairness. On the other hand, weak arguments often include emotional appeals without evidence. For example, arguments that rely only on feelings instead of facts are less convincing. One-sided claims that ignore counter-arguments. In addition, strong arguments should acknowledge opposing views to seem balanced and fair. Broad generalizations. Statements like, everyone thinks, or no one believes, are often too vague to be credible. Lack of facts, statistics, or expert opinions. Furthermore, without concrete support, claims remain unproven. In the end, you're not agreeing or disagreeing with the topic, you're judging the writer's skill in making the case. Now that you understand what the prompt is asking, let's break down how to plan a powerful response quickly and effectively. To save time and stay focused, follow these steps. First, quickly read both passages and annotate important claims and pieces of evidence. Next, identify the stronger argument by asking, who used better evidence? Who addressed counter-arguments more effectively? Who avoided emotional bias and stuck to facts? Then, choose 2-3 strong points to build your essay around. Write a basic outline. Point A, what's the stronger claim? Point B, what's the better evidence? Point C, is there anything the weaker author failed to address? Now that you've analyzed the passages and planned your points, it's time to write your response clearly and effectively. Let's break down exactly how to do that. To begin, start with a clear claim. Example: Author 1 provides a stronger argument by using statistical evidence and addressing counter-arguments directly. Next, use signal phrases to introduce supporting evidence, such as, according to the passage, the author states, this claim is supported by. In addition, don't copy full sentences from the texts. Instead, paraphrase when possible to show your understanding. Moreover, avoid vague praise like, author 1 is better. Rather, explain why their reasoning and support are stronger. Finally, maintain a formal, objective tone, no slang or emotional language. This shows you can think critically and write professionally. Even strong writers lose points by making common errors. Here's what to watch out for. When writing your GED essay, be sure to avoid the following pitfalls. First, do not give your personal opinion on the topic. This is not about what you think, it's about which argument is better supported. Second, avoid summarizing both passages without any real analysis. The test asks for judgment, not summary. Third, failing to pick a side weakens your entire essay. Always choose the stronger argument. Next, don't just drop in evidence. You must explain why it proves the author's point. Also, never copy-paste long quotes. Instead, paraphrase key ideas in your own words. Finally, don't spend too much time planning. Over-planning can eat into your writing time. Aim to start writing after 10 minutes max. Want to write a strong GED essay paragraph? Here's a step-by-step example to guide your structure. A high-scoring GED essay body paragraph should include the following elements. Topic sentence. To begin, clearly state your point. One reason author 2 presents a stronger argument is their use of statistical data, evidence, and analysis. Next, support your claim with evidence and explain it. For example, author 2 notes that 62% of rural areas lack internet access, which adds factual weight to their claim that digital expansion is urgent. In contrast, author 1 relies mostly on emotional appeals and personal stories without data support. Closing sentence. Finally, wrap up your paragraph with a strong conclusion. This difference in evidence makes author 2's position more convincing and credible. Before hitting submit, take 5 minutes to run through this quick checklist. Small details can make a big difference in your score. Ask yourself, did I clearly choose the stronger argument? Make sure your position is obvious and consistent throughout. Did I support my claim with specific evidence? Look for strong, well-explained examples, not just summaries. Did I avoid stating my personal opinion? Stay focused on analysis, not how you feel about the topic. Did I write in a formal tone without slang? Keep your language academic, respectful, and professional. Did I proofread for spelling and grammar errors? Even quick edits can fix careless mistakes that lower your score. Let's wrap up everything you've learned so you're ready for test day. To summarize, the GED essay is an evidence-based argument analysis, not a place for your personal opinion. You must evaluate both authors' arguments and clearly defend your choice using logic and reasoning. Be sure to use specific textual evidence and keep your points organized and structured. Take a moment to plan your ideas, write clearly, and revise efficiently. Even brief edits improve your score. Finally, always stay formal and objective. Avoid emotional language or personal bias. The GED Reasoning Through Language Arts test includes multiple questions that assess your understanding of grammar rules, punctuation use, and sentence structure. These skills directly affect your score, especially when correcting sentences or editing text. In this lesson, you'll learn exactly what grammar rules show up on the exam and how to use them correctly. Strong writing starts with strong sentences. Let's break down how to spot and fix sentence structure issues. To do well on the GED, you must be able to recognize and correct sentence errors. A complete sentence must have a subject, who or what the sentence is about, a verb, what the subject does, a complete thought. Watch for these common GED-tested mistakes. Fragment, a sentence that's missing a subject, verb, or complete thought. Because the storm was strong. The flight was delayed because the storm was strong. Run-on, two or more complete thoughts jammed together without proper punctuation. She loves reading, she goes to the library daily. She loves reading, so she goes to the library daily. Comma splice, two sentences joined with only a comma. He applied for the job, he didn't get it. He applied for the job, but he didn't get it. One wrong mark can change the whole meaning. Let's master punctuation for clarity and GED success. Punctuation affects clarity and flow. The GED often tests your ability to fix sentences by using punctuation correctly. Here's what you need to know. Commas. Commas help separate ideas so your writing is clear and readable. Use them to list multiple items. We bought apples, oranges, and grapes. Set off introductions. After dinner, we went for a walk. Join independent clauses with a coordinating conjunction and, but, or, so, etc. I studied hard and I passed the test. Apostrophes. Next, let's talk about apostrophes. These are used in two key ways. To show possession, the dog's collar, one dog versus the dog's collars, multiple dogs. To form contractions, do not, don't. It is, it's. Quick tip. It's, no apostrophe, is possessive, as in, the cat licked its paw. It's, with an apostrophe, is a contraction for it is. Quotation marks. Now let's move on to quotation marks. These are mainly used to enclose direct speech or quotations. He said, I'm ready. Place punctuation correctly. Periods and commas usually go inside the quotation marks. Colons and semicolons. Finally, colons and semicolons may look similar, but they serve very different purposes. Use a colon to introduce a list, explanation, or example. He has 3 hobbies: biking, hiking, and swimming. Use a semicolon to join 2 related sentences without a conjunction. The sun was setting, the sky turned orange. Grammar is the backbone of clear writing. Let's break down the key grammar rules the GED test expects you to master. Subject-verb agreement. First, make sure your subject and verb agree in number. A singular subject needs a singular verb, and a plural subject needs a plural verb. She walks to school. She walked to school. Trick. Ignore prepositional phrases when identifying the subject. The list of items is long. List is the subject, not items. Verb tense consistency. Next, let's talk about tense. In most GED essays and answers, you'll need to keep your verb tense consistent. Switch only when the timeline actually changes. She was walking, and then she walks into a store. She was walking, and then she walked into a store. Stay in past or present unless there's a clear reason to switch. Pronoun agreement. Now let's look at pronouns. A pronoun must match the noun it replaces in both number and gender. Each student brought his or her book. Each student brought their book. Avoid using they as a singular pronoun in formal GED writing. Even though it's becoming more common in casual English, the test sticks with traditional grammar. Modifier placement. Lastly, be careful where you place your modifiers, descriptive words, and phrases. Putting them too far from the word they describe can confuse your reader or change the meaning. Running quickly, the fence was jumped over by the dog. Running quickly, the dog jumped over the fence. Think. Who is doing the action? Put the modifier next to that noun. Let's shift our focus to sentence structure, specifically, how to write with balance and clarity. The GED may ask you to revise sentences that are awkward, inconsistent, or unclear. Parallel structure. Parallel structure means keeping all items in a list or sentence in the same grammatical form. For example, incorrect. She enjoys dancing, to swim, and reading. Correct. She enjoys dancing, swimming, and reading. You want all parts of the sentence to match in form. This makes your writing smoother and more professional. Sentence clarity. Now let's talk about clarity. Good writing is clear and concise. The GED will test whether you can recognize wordy or confusing phrases and revise them effectively. Here are some common examples. Instead of saying, "The reason why is because," say, "The reason is that." Clear writing helps your ideas stand out and shows that you understand academic tone and structure. On the GED, grammar and clarity skills are tested in practical ways. You won't just be memorizing rules. You'll apply them by editing real sentences and passages. Here's what to expect. You'll choose the best revision of a sentence from a list of options. You'll fix grammar and punctuation errors. You'll identify the sentence that is clearest and most correct. You'll decide where a punctuation mark should be added or removed. You'll eliminate confusing, redundant, or awkward phrasing. These appear as multiple choice or drag-and-drop questions in editing passages. Let's quickly review the most important grammar and punctuation rules you need to remember for the GED test. A complete sentence must have a subject, verb, and complete thought. Fix fragments, run-ons, and comma splices. Use commas, apostrophes, colons, and semicolons correctly. Make sure subject and verb agree. Use correct verb tense and pronoun agreement. Maintain parallel structure in lists. Place modifiers close to the word they describe. Edit for clarity and formality. Avoid awkward or redundant phrasing. In this lesson, you'll learn how to break down and evaluate arguments, something that shows up regularly on the GED Reasoning Through Language Arts test. Let's begin by understanding how arguments work in reading passages on the GED. In the GED test, an argument doesn't mean a fight. It's a position or point of view supported by claims and evidence. You may be given an editorial, opinion piece, or a short persuasive article and asked to analyze the reasoning. To do this well, you'll need to understand some key terms. Argument, the author's main position or opinion. Claim, a specific statement the author makes to support the argument. Evidence, facts, examples, statistics, or reasoning used to back up each claim. For example, consider this argument. Argument, school uniforms should be mandatory. Claim, uniforms reduce peer pressure and bullying. Evidence, a study from XYZ University found that schools with uniforms reported 30% fewer bullying incidents. Based on this, you'll be asked questions like, which claim does the author make? What evidence supports the claim? Is the reasoning logical? Ultimately, knowing how to break down these components will help you answer GED questions with confidence. Now that you understand what an argument is, let's take a closer look at the three main types of claims you'll encounter on the GED. First, we have fact-based claims. These are statements that can be proven true or false. Example, recycling reduces landfill waste. On the test, be sure to check if the author provides verified facts or statistics to support this type of claim. Next, we have value-based claims. These are based more on personal beliefs or opinions. Example, recycling is the most responsible choice for communities. On the test, keep in mind that these claims need logical reasoning or relatable examples, not just emotional statements. Finally, there are policy-based claims. These suggest a specific action or propose a change. Example, all cities should require curbside recycling. On the test, look carefully for clear reasons or benefits that justify the suggested policy. By recognizing these types of claims, you'll better understand how to evaluate the author's reasoning and respond accurately on the GED. As you continue evaluating arguments on the GED, it's important to understand the difference between strong and weak evidence. A big part of the GED RLA exam is deciding whether the author's argument is convincing. That means judging the quality of evidence. To begin with, strong evidence includes facts or statistics from reliable sources, expert quotes from people with real credentials, real-life examples that directly support the claim, and clear reasoning that links the evidence to the point being made. On the other hand, weak evidence usually looks like this: opinions that are just stated as facts, examples that don't really relate to the argument, overgeneralizations like everyone knows, or emotional appeals that lack logic or data. Let's look at a sample GED-style question. Which of the following best supports the author's claim? A. Many people say recycling is good. B. The EPA reports that recycling cut landfill waste by 32% in 2020. Correct answer. B. This is a verified statistic from a trusted source, which clearly strengthens the argument. Now that you know how to evaluate evidence, let's take it a step further. The GED might also test your ability to spot flawed reasoning, also known as logical fallacies. These are common errors in logic that can weaken an argument. Here are a few types you should recognize. Hasty generalization. This happens when someone draws a conclusion based on too little evidence. Example: I met one rude waiter in New York, so everyone there is rude. Either-or fallacy. This is when only two extreme choices are presented, even though more options exist. Example: we either ban all cars or destroy the environment. Ad hominem. This fallacy attacks the person making the argument instead of the actual argument. Example: you can't trust her opinion, she's not a real teacher. Straw man. This is when someone twists another person's argument to make it easier to attack. Example: she wants healthier school lunches? She must want to ban all snacks. On the test, you might be asked to identify what's wrong with the reasoning or to decide whether an argument is fair and logical. In this lesson, we explored how to analyze arguments effectively, one of the most tested skills on the GED Reasoning through Language Arts section. An argument is the author's main point, supported by claims and evidence. Learn to distinguish between fact-based, value-based, and policy-based claims. Strong evidence includes data, expert quotes, and real examples, while weak evidence includes generalizations or emotional appeals. Watch out for flawed reasoning, like hasty generalizations or personal attacks. Practice reading actively, identifying claims, and evaluating how well the evidence supports the argument. By mastering these analysis skills, you'll be ready for one of the most common and testable parts of the GED RLA section. On the GED RLA test, you'll be asked to read different types of texts and answer questions about them. These texts usually fall into two categories: literary and informational. Understanding the difference is crucial because each type has different features, purposes, and types of questions. This lesson will help you quickly recognize each type and analyze them effectively for the GED. Let's take a moment to understand what literary texts are and how to approach them on the GED. To begin, literary texts are fictional or imaginative works. They include short stories, novels, plays, poems. Next, literary texts often contain several key elements. First, they use characters, plot, and setting. Then, they typically have an emotional tone or theme. In addition, they often use figurative language, such as metaphors and similes. Overall, the focus is on entertainment, expression, or the exploration of human experience. Common literary devices. In addition, authors use various devices to enrich their writing. Imagery appeals to the senses, dialogue reveals character and drives plot, theme, the central message or insight, tone, the author's attitude toward the subject. GED tips. Finally, when answering GED questions on literary texts, look for character motivations and development. Identify conflict, internal or external. Focus on inference-based questions, what can be understood but isn't directly stated. Now let's shift our focus to another important text type you'll see on the GED, informational texts. These are very different from literary texts and require a different reading strategy. To begin with, informational texts are nonfiction and written to inform, explain, or argue. These include news articles, essays, reports, historical documents. Next, informational texts usually have the following features. First, they are factual and objective. Second, they're structured with headings, subheadings, and paragraphs. Additionally, they often include data, examples, or quotes from experts. Text structures. Furthermore, informational texts are often organized using specific patterns: cause and effect, compare and contrast, problem and solution, chronological order. GED tips. Finally, when answering GED questions based on informational texts, identify the central idea and supporting details. Understand the author's purpose, e.g. to inform, persuade. Look for evidence such as facts, statistics, and examples. To succeed on the GED reading section, you must know how literary and informational texts differ. Let's go over the most important contrasts, one by one. Purpose. In literary texts, the purpose is typically to entertain, express emotion, or explore human experiences. By contrast, informational texts aim to inform, explain, or argue a point using facts. Language style. When it comes to literary language, it tends to be figurative and expressive, for example, using metaphors or vivid imagery. On the other hand, informational writing uses clear, direct, and objective language to get the point across. Structure. Literary texts usually follow a flexible structure, often built around a narrative with a beginning, middle, and end. In contrast, informational texts are more formally organized, using headings, subheadings, and structured paragraphs. Use of evidence. In literary works, the emphasis is on storytelling, character development, and setting, not on factual data. Meanwhile, informational texts rely heavily on statistics, data, and expert quotes to support their ideas. GED focus. On the GED, literary passages often bring up questions about theme, tone, character development, and conflict. In comparison, informational passages focus on identifying the main idea, understanding the structure, and analyzing the strength of arguments or evidence used. To boost your reading score on the GED, it helps to quickly identify the type of passage you're dealing with. Here's how you can do that effectively. First, read the blurb or title before anything else. This helps you predict whether the passage is literary or informational. Next, scan the text's structure. Headings, subheadings, or transitional phrases like "in conclusion" or "for example" are strong clues that you're looking at an informational text. Then, pay attention to tone and word choice. If the language feels emotional, descriptive, or creative, you're likely reading a literary piece. In contrast, a neutral or academic tone usually signals informational writing. When working with literary texts, prepare to answer questions about theme, character behavior, and mood. But if the passage is informational, shift your focus to identifying the main claim, evaluating logic, and understanding how the argument is structured. Before you move on, let's quickly review the key takeaways from this lesson. Literary texts focus on storytelling and human emotion. Informational texts deliver facts, analysis, or explanations. GED questions will differ based on the text type, so you must recognize which you're reading. Knowing these differences helps you predict question types and choose answers more accurately. By mastering this distinction, you'll be better equipped to analyze passages quickly and answer GED RLA questions with confidence. This lesson introduces the core math concepts you'll absolutely need to master for the GED. We focus on numbers, operations, and how to solve problems involving whole numbers, decimals, fractions, and integers, the most tested basics that build the foundation for everything else in GED math. To do well on GED math, you need to know the basic types of numbers. These categories help you understand what kind of math applies to each situation. To begin with, whole numbers include 0, 1, 2, 3. In other words, all positive numbers without fractions or decimals. Next, integers expand that by adding negative whole numbers, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Then, rational numbers are numbers you can write as a fraction or ratio, such as 1/2, 4, or -0.25. If a decimal ends or repeats, it's rational. On the other hand, irrational numbers can't be written as simple fractions. They never end and never repeat, like pi or square root of 2. Finally, real numbers include both rational and irrational numbers, basically everything that can go on a number line. GED tip: you may be asked to classify a number, estimate its value, or place it on a number line, so knowing these categories is key. To succeed on the GED math test, you need to master the 4 basic operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Let's break it down by number type. Whole numbers. Start by lining up the digits by place value. Remember to carry in addition and borrow in subtraction when necessary. Example: 458 plus 326 equals 784. Decimals. When working with decimals, line up the decimal points carefully before calculating. Be sure to keep the decimal in the correct position in your final answer. Example: 5.6 plus 3.47 equals 9.7. Fractions. For addition or subtraction, always make the denominators the same before combining the numerators. For multiplication, simply multiply the numerators together and the denominators together. For division, flip the second fraction, take the reciprocal, and then multiply. To solve math expressions correctly, you must follow the order of operations, often remembered by the acronym PEMDAS: parentheses, exponents, multiplication and division, from left to right, addition and subtraction, from left to right. Example: 6 plus 3 times, open parentheses, 4 minus 1, close parentheses, squared, equals 6 plus 3 times 3 squared, equals 6 plus 3 times 9 equals 6 plus 27 equals 33. GED tip: multi-step expressions like this are common on the test. Take your time, follow PEMDAS carefully, and don't skip steps. Understanding the basic properties of operations helps you simplify expressions, spot patterns, and check your work with confidence. Let's walk through the essential properties you should know. Commutative property. This tells us that changing the order of the numbers doesn't change the result. Example: a plus b equals b plus a. Associative property. This property shows that how you group numbers, with parentheses, doesn't affect the outcome. Example: a plus b plus c equals a plus b plus c. Distributive property. Use this when multiplying a number by a sum or difference inside parentheses. Example: a b plus c equals a b plus ac. Identity property. Adding 0 or multiplying by 1 keeps the number the same. Example: a plus 0 equals a times 1 equals a. Zero property. Multiplying any number by 0 always equals 0. Example: a times 0 equals 0. GED tip: some questions require you to identify which property is being used. Working with positive and negative numbers, also called integers, is a key skill on the GED. These numbers follow specific rules for each operation, so let's go over them step by step. When adding integers, first, determine whether the signs are the same or different. If the signs are the same, add the numbers and keep the sign. If the signs are different, subtract the smaller number from the bigger one and keep the sign of the number with the larger absolute value. When subtracting integers, use the method called Keep Change Change, KCC. Keep the first number, change the subtraction sign to addition, change the sign of the second number. Example, 4 minus -5 becomes 4 plus 5, which equals 9. When multiplying or dividing integers, if both numbers have the same sign, the result is positive. Example, -3 times -4 equals +12. If the numbers have different signs, the result is negative. Example, -15 divided by +3 equals -5. GED tip. Signed number questions appear often on the test, and many must be done without a calculator. Practice following these rules carefully so you don't make sign errors. Some GED questions ask for approximate answers. Estimation helps you solve faster and check your work. Key ideas: round numbers based on place value. Estimating saves time and helps check for errors. Examples: 3.87 rounded to the nearest tenth is 3.9. 49.6 rounded to the nearest whole number is 50. GED tip: choose the answer that makes sense if options are close together. Real-life math problems are a big part of the GED. You'll be tested on real-world problems involving total cost, change due, distance, rate times time, multiplying decimals, exploring taxes, interest, unit price comparison. GED tip: always underline the key numbers and ask, what operation is being asked? Before moving on, let's quickly review the key skills you just learned in this lesson. Know how to work with whole numbers, decimals, fractions, and integers. Understand the order of operations and key properties, commutative, associative, distributive, etc. Master the rules for positive and negative numbers. Use estimation and rounding to save time and avoid mistakes. Be ready to break down real-world word problems. They show up a lot on the GED. Algebra is one of the core subjects tested on the GED Mathematical Reasoning section. This lesson will give you a solid understanding of the most commonly tested algebra concepts. Understanding variables and expressions is a foundational step in mastering algebra for the GED. Let's dive in. First, what exactly is a variable? A variable is a letter that represents a number. It can change or be unknown. You'll commonly see letters like X, Y, or N used as variables. For example, in the expression x plus 5, the letter X is the variable. It represents some unknown value that we may later solve for. Next, let's talk about algebraic expressions. An expression is a combination of numbers, variables, and operation symbols, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. But here's the key. It does not include an equal sign. So, while an equation shows two sides being equal, an expression is just a single side. For example, 3x minus 7 is an algebraic expression. It contains a number, 3, a variable, x, and an operation, subtraction, with the 7. There's no equal sign, so we're not solving anything, just describing a mathematical relationship. Quick tip. On the GED, you'll often be asked to simplify, evaluate, or translate expressions from words to math, so knowing how to recognize and work with variables and expressions is a must. Now that we understand what expressions are, let's learn how to simplify them. Simplifying means rewriting an expression in its simplest form by combining like terms and using the distributive property when needed. First, let's talk about like terms. Like terms have the same variable raised to the same power. You can only combine them if they match exactly. Example, 2x plus 3x equals 5x. Here, both terms have the variable x, so we just add the coefficients. Next, we use the distributive property when an expression includes parentheses. This means you multiply the number outside the parentheses by each term inside. Example, 3x plus 4 equals 3x plus 12. We distribute the 3 to both x and 4. GED tip: always look for like terms first and simplify step by step. The GED will often test your ability to spot and clean up messy expressions. Now that we've simplified expressions, let's move on to solving equations, a key algebra skill on the GED. Equations have an equal sign, and your goal is to find the value of the variable that makes both sides equal. Let's start simple with one-step equations. These can be solved using just one inverse operation to isolate the variable. Example, x plus 7 equals 12. To solve, subtract 7 from both sides. X equals 5. Use the opposite operation. Since it's plus 7, you subtract 7. Now, let's take it a step further. Two-step equations require two operations to get the variable alone. Example, 2x plus 3 equals 11. Step 1. Subtract 3 from both sides. 2x equals 8. Step 2. Divide both sides by 2. X equals 4. Key strategy: always reverse the order of operations when solving. Undo addition/subtraction first, then multiplication/division. Next, let's tackle equations that have variables on both sides of the equal sign. This is a common question type on the GED, so understanding the strategy is key. The goal is to move all variable terms to one side and all constants to the other side. Example, let's solve 5x minus 3 equals 3x plus 7. Step 1. Get variables on one side. Subtract 3x from both sides. 2x minus 3 equals 7. Step 2. Move the constant. Add 3 to both sides. 2x equals 10. Step 3. Isolate the variable. Divide both sides by 2. X equals 5. Pro tip: always line up your work neatly and perform the same operation on both sides of the equation. Now that we've mastered equations, let's move on to inequalities, which are very similar, but instead of showing equality, they compare two values. What is an inequality? An inequality shows that one side is greater than, less than, or not equal to the other. Here are the 4 key inequality symbols you need to recognize. Important rule: when you multiply or divide both sides of an inequality by a negative number, flip the inequality sign. Example, let's solve this inequality. Negative 2 times x is greater than 6. Step 1. Divide both sides of the inequality by negative 2. Important: since you're dividing by a negative number, you must flip the inequality sign. Final answer: x is less than negative 3. Now that you can solve equations and inequalities, let's look at a skill that's just as important on the GED, turning word problems into algebraic expressions or equations. Many math questions are written in words, and your job is to translate them into math language. To do this, you need to recognize key phrases and what they mean in algebra. For example, when a question says a number, you can represent that with a variable like x. If it says increased by, that means you're adding something. The phrase decreased by means you subtract. When you see the product of, you're multiplying, and the quotient of means division. If it says twice a number, that means 2 times that number, or 2x. And if it says the sum of a number and 5, that means x plus 5. Let's walk through an example to see how this works. Example: the sum of a number and 7 is 12. In algebra, it will be x plus 7 equals 12. In this lesson, you learned the essential building blocks of algebra for the GED. A variable stands for an unknown number. Simplify expressions by combining like terms and using the distributive property. Solve equations by isolating the variable using inverse operations. If you multiply or divide an inequality by a negative number, flip the sign. Learn how to translate word problems into algebraic expressions or equations. Practice solving real-world problems using algebra. This is highly testable on the GED. Geometry is a major part of the GED mathematical reasoning test. You'll need to solve problems involving shapes, area, volume, perimeter, angles, coordinate graphs, and the Pythagorean theorem. This lesson covers only what you need to pass the GED, explained in clear and simple terms, with the most commonly tested concepts. On the GED, you'll need to recognize and work with two-dimensional, or flat, shapes. Let's go over the most important ones and what you need to know about each. Let's start with rectangles and squares. Their area is found by multiplying the length by the width. To get the perimeter, multiply 2 times the sum of the length and width. All angles in these shapes are 90 degrees. Next, we have triangles. To find the area, multiply the base by the height and then divide by 2. The perimeter is the total of all 3 sides. Keep in mind that the sum of all interior angles in any triangle is always 180 degrees. A common type you'll see on the GED is the right triangle, which has one 90-degree angle. Finally, let's talk about circles. The radius is the distance from the center to the edge, and the diameter goes across the circle. This is twice the radius. To find the circumference, use 2 times pi times the radius, or pi times the diameter. For area, use pi times the radius squared. On the test, you might be told to use 3.14 for pi. These shapes, and knowing how to work with their formulas, are essential for geometry questions on the GED. Now let's look at 3D shapes and volume, which often appear on the GED in questions about space and capacity. We'll begin with rectangular prisms, or boxes. To find the volume, multiply the length by the width by the height. This tells you how much space is inside the box. Moving on to cylinders, the formula for volume is pi times the radius squared times the height, pi r squared h. Here, the radius is the distance from the center to the edge of the circular base, and the height is how tall the cylinder stands. Next, we have triangular prisms. To find their volume, first calculate the area of the triangle base using base times height divided by 2. Then, multiply that by the height of the prism. Tip: if a question asks how much fits inside, it's testing you on volume. Let's move on to angles and lines in geometry, which are another common topic on the GED. We'll start with the basics of angles. A straight line forms an angle of 180 degrees. A full circle measures 360 degrees. A right angle is exactly 90 degrees. If the angle is less than 90 degrees, it's called acute, and if it's more than 90 but less than 180, it's called obtuse. Next, you'll need to know about complementary and supplementary angles. Complementary angles add up to 90 degrees, while supplementary angles add up to 180 degrees. Now let's look at angles and shapes, beginning with triangles. The sum of all interior angles in a triangle is always 180 degrees. There are 3 main types of triangles. Equilateral triangles have all sides and all angles equal. Each angle is 60 degrees. Isosceles triangles have 2 equal sides and 2 equal angles. Scalene triangles have all sides and angles different. Moving on to quadrilaterals, which are 4-sided shapes, the total interior angle sum is always 360 degrees. Common quadrilaterals include a rectangle with opposite sides equal and all angles at 90 degrees. A square where all sides and all angles are equal. A parallelogram, which has opposite sides that are both parallel and equal in length. A rhombus, where all sides are equal and opposite angles match. And finally, a trapezoid, which has only one pair of parallel sides. Understanding these properties will help you quickly recognize shapes and solve geometry questions on the test. Now let's shift our focus to coordinate geometry, which deals with points and lines on a grid. The GED may ask you to interpret graphs or perform simple calculations involving coordinates. Points are written as x, y. X is side to side, y is up and down. To find the distance across or up, down, just subtract the values. Another important concept is the midpoint, which tells you the point exactly halfway between two coordinates. To find it, you take the average of the x values and the average of the y values. In other words, add the x values together and divide by 2, and do the same with the y values. You'll also want to understand slope, which measures how steep a line is. The slope is calculated by taking the change in y, how far up or down the line goes, and dividing it by the change in x, how far across. This is often called rise over run. So remember, coordinates are written as x, y. Midpoint, average of x's and average of y's. Slope, change in y divided by change in x. These tools help you interpret and solve problems involving graphs on the GED math test. Let's move on to a key concept in geometry, the Pythagorean theorem. If you're working with right triangles, this is a must-know formula. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. A and b are legs, c is the hypotenuse, longest side opposite right angle. For example, if a equals 3 and b equals 4, 3 squared plus 4 squared equals c squared, 9 plus 16 equals c squared. Square root of 25 is 5, so the hypotenuse is 5 units long. This formula is often used to solve real-world problems involving distance or diagonals on the GED. Now let's look at how shapes move and change on a graph. This is called transformations. A transformation is when a figure shifts position, flips, turns, or resizes, while still keeping its overall shape and angles the same, unless it's resized. First, we have translation. This simply means sliding a shape from one place to another without turning or flipping it. The shape doesn't change size, just its position. Next is reflection. This is like flipping a shape over a line, like a mirror image. You'll often reflect over the x-axis or y-axis. Then we have rotation. This means turning a shape around a fixed point, usually the origin. For example, you might rotate a shape 90 degrees or 180 degrees. Lastly, there's dilation. This transformation resizes a shape, either making it larger or smaller. The shape keeps its proportions, but the area or length might change depending on the scale factor. On the GED, you might be asked to recognize what type of transformation happened, or to figure out the new coordinates after a shape is moved, flipped, or rotated. Now, let's connect geometry to real life, because the GED loves putting math in everyday situations. Be ready for problems involving area of flooring, walls, paint, tiles, volume of packaging, tanks, containers, reading blueprints or diagrams, finding missing lengths or heights using right triangles, map reading or scale drawings. Let's quickly review what you need to remember. Know your basic shapes, angle rules, and measurement formulas. Memorize area and volume formulas for common 2D and 3D shapes. Use the Pythagorean theorem to solve right triangle problems. Understand slope, midpoint, and basic graphing on coordinate grids. And finally, be prepared for real-world word problems involving geometry. Master these, and you'll be in great shape for the GED math test. In this lesson, you'll build the skills to understand, interpret, and analyze data, just like you'll be asked to do on the GED math test. We'll focus on real GED-style content, covering charts, graphs, averages, and statistics that appear frequently on the exam. Let's talk about data analysis, a big topic on the GED. So, what exactly is data? In simple terms, data refers to information that's collected, organized, and analyzed to make decisions or solve problems. On the GED test, this information can show up in many visual forms. For example, you might see tables that organize numbers into rows and columns, bar graphs showing comparisons between groups, line graphs to track changes over time, pie charts that break things into percentages, and sometimes even box plots and dot plots. Next, it's important to know what you'll be asked to do with all this data. Usually, the test will ask you to read, interpret, or analyze the visuals. That means you'll need to pull out key details, understand what trends are shown, and sometimes even do a little bit of math. Before we can analyze data, we need to know how to read it. On the GED, you'll be asked to understand information shown in different visual formats, like graphs, charts, and tables. Let's break each one down. First up, bar graphs. Bar graphs are one of the most common visuals on the GED. They use rectangular bars to compare different categories, like sales across departments or survey results across age groups. Here's the key. Always look at both the height or length of the bars and the scale on the axes. Don't assume the tallest bar wins. Check what each axis is measuring. GED tip: read the title, labels, and units carefully before jumping into the question. That's where many students lose easy points. Next, line graphs. Line graphs are all about change over time. These are perfect for showing trends, like how temperature changes over the week or how profits grow across several months. Watch the direction of the line. If it's going up, the values are increasing. If it's going down, they're decreasing. If it's flat, the values are staying steady. The GED may ask what happens between 2 points, or which section changes the fastest, so follow the slope closely. Now let's look at pie charts, also called circle graphs. Pie charts show how a whole is divided into parts. Each slice represents a percentage, and all slices together should total 100%. GED strategy: you may be asked to convert a percent into a number. Here's a quick example. If 40% of 500 students chose blue as their favorite color, multiply 0.40 times 500 equals 200 students. That's how to go from a percent to an actual count, something GED questions love to ask. Finally, tables. Tables are another favorite on the test. They organize data into rows and columns, making it easy to compare groups or look for patterns. Here's the trick. Always check the headings and units of measurement. Some tables compare multiple groups side by side, so watch for row and column labels that tell you what each number means. Let's break down 4 of the most important statistics you'll need to know for the GED: mean, median, mode, and range. These are the most commonly tested statistical concepts on the GED, so mastering them is essential. Mean, also called the average. To find the mean, start by adding all the numbers together. Then, divide the total by how many numbers there are. Example: let's say you have the numbers 4, 7, and 9. First, add them. 4 plus 7 plus 9 equals 20. Then divide by how many numbers there are. 20 divided by 3 equals 6.67. So the mean is 6.67. Now that we've covered the average, let's move on to something a little different: the median, or middle value. To find the median, first put the numbers in order from least to greatest, then look for the number right in the middle. If there's an odd number of values, the middle one is the median. If there's an even number of values, take the 2 middle numbers, add them, and divide by 2. Example: even number of values. Numbers 3, 5, 7, 8. The 2 middle numbers are 5 and 7. So 5 plus 7 divided by 2 equals 6. The median is 6. Next, let's talk about a value that shows which number happens most often: the mode. Mode, the most frequent number. The mode is simply the number that appears the most. Example: numbers 2, 2, 3, 4. The number 2 appears twice, more than any other number, so the mode is 2. If no number repeats, then there is no mode. Finally, let's look at the range, which tells us how spread out the numbers are. Range, the spread between values. To find the range, subtract the lowest number from the highest number. Example: numbers 3, 5, 9. The highest is 9 and the lowest is 3, so 9 minus 3 equals 6. The range is 6. Next, we'll learn how to spot misleading graphs and data bias, a key skill for passing the GED and for everyday decision-making. Some GED questions aren't just about numbers, they test your ability to analyze how data is presented. That means you'll need to recognize when a graph or chart is trying to mislead you. Let's break down the most common tricks. What makes a graph misleading? Broken scale. Sometimes, the y-axis skips numbers or jumps unevenly. This can make small differences look huge or big differences look tiny. Axis not starting at 0. When the y-axis doesn't start at 0, even a small change can appear dramatic. Example, imagine a bar graph that compares 40 to 50. If the y-axis starts at 35 instead of 0, that 10-point difference looks much bigger than it really is. Visually, it exaggerates the change. Uneven intervals. Graph intervals should be evenly spaced. If not, the trend line or bars may mislead you by appearing steeper or flatter than they actually are. Missing labels, titles, or units. A graph without labels or units is confusing, and that confusion can hide the truth. Always ask, what is this graph actually measuring? What's missing? Why this matters. Misleading graphs are everywhere, in ads, news, and social media. The GED wants to make sure you can read data accurately and critically, not just at face value. Now that we've covered graphs and misleading visuals, let's explore another data-related concept you might see on the GED probability. Probability tells us how likely something is to happen, and it's closely tied to data and statistics on the GED math test. Let's start with the basic formula. Probability equals number of favorable outcomes divided by total possible outcomes. This formula gives you a number between 0 and 1, or you can express it as a fraction, decimal, or percent. Let's say a bag contains 2 red marbles, 3 blue marbles, 5 green marbles. That gives us a total of 10 marbles. Now, what's the probability of randomly pulling out a red marble? There are 2 red marbles. So probability equals 2 divided by 10 equals 1 over 5. So, there's a 1 in 5 chance of pulling a red marble. Besides calculating probabilities, you might also be asked to describe the likelihood of certain outcomes using everyday terms. Let's break down what different probability values actually mean. To start, if something is guaranteed to happen, we say it's certain, its probability is 1 or 100%. On the other hand, if something can't happen at all, it's considered impossible. Its probability is 0. Next, if an event is more likely to happen than not, its probability is greater than 0.5. Finally, if something is less likely to happen, meaning its probability is less than 0.5, we say it's unlikely. Now let's take a look at two-way tables, a common data format used in real-world GED questions. Two-way tables organize information about two categories at the same time, making it easier to compare groups and find totals. These are often used in surveys or reports where people are asked about two different traits or preferences. Let's look at a sample table. You might be asked questions like this. How many women like dogs? Just look at the row for women and the column for dogs. Answer, 40. What percent of all people like cats? Here, you want the total number of cat lovers out of the total number of people. There are 30 people who like cats out of 100 total. So, 30 divided by 100 multiplied by 100 equals 30%. Next up, line of best fit, basic understanding. Sometimes, GED questions will give you a scatter plot, which is a graph that uses dots to show data points. Each dot represents a pair of values, one on the x-axis and one on the y-axis. What is a line of best fit? In many scatter plots, the dots follow a general trend or pattern. A line of best fit is a straight line drawn through the data that best represents that overall trend. It doesn't go through every point, but it comes close to most of them and shows the direction of the relationship. Good news! On the GED, you won't need to calculate the equation. You just need to recognize the type of correlation shown. Let's look at the three main types of correlation. Positive correlation. If the line of best fit goes upward from left to right, that's a positive correlation. This means, as one variable increases, the other also increases. Negative correlation. If the line slopes downward, That's a negative correlation. This means, as one variable increases, the other decreases. No correlation. If the dots are scattered all over the place with no pattern, then there's no correlation. That means there's no clear relationship between the two variables. Let's quickly review what you must remember for GED success. Know how to read and analyze bar graphs, line graphs, pie charts, and tables. Understand mean, median, mode, and range, and how to calculate them. Watch for misleading graphs with broken scales or missing info. Be able to calculate basic probability and interpret simple scenarios. Learn to use two-way tables and recognize trends in data. Identify patterns in scatterplots and understand lines of best fit. Master these skills, and you'll be ready for all the data and statistics questions that GED can throw at you. In this lesson, we'll focus on one of the most critical parts of the GED math test, solving word problems and applying math to real-life situations. This section helps you take math out of the classroom and use it in everyday decisions, such as budgeting, time management, or comparing prices. These types of questions appear frequently on the GED exam and test your ability to translate words into math. Let's start this section with one of the most important skills on the GED, understanding and translating word problems into math. To begin, read the whole problem carefully without trying to solve it yet. This allows you to get the full picture before doing any calculations. Then, underline key facts and circle what the question is asking. These clues help you focus on what's important and what you're solving for. Next, identify math operations based on keywords. Certain words will tell you if you need to add, subtract, multiply, or divide. Once that's clear, translate the words into a math equation. This is how you turn a real-life problem into numbers you can work with. Finally, solve and check your answer to make sure it makes sense in the context of the problem. Now, let's go over some common keywords and what they mean, which is critical for knowing what operation to use. Total, altogether, sum, or combined. These mean addition. Difference, how many more or fewer. These mean subtraction. Each, times, product, or double triple. These indicate multiplication. Per, out of, quotient, or divided by. These refer to division. Here's a quick example to bring it all together. Maria bought 3 notebooks for $2.50 each and a pen for $1.75. How much did she spend altogether? Let's break that down. Notebooks equals 3 times $2.50 equals $7.50. Total equals $7.50 plus $1.75 equals $9.25. So, Maria spent $9.25 in total. This strategy, read, underline, identify, translate, and solve, will help you tackle word problems confidently and accurately on test day. Next, let's look at multi-step word problems, the kind that require more than one operation to solve. Sometimes, word problems aren't just one step. You may need to combine different math operations to get the final answer. Let's look at an example. A plumber charges $50 for a service call, plus $30 per hour. If a job took 3 hours, what was the total cost? Start by identifying and breaking down the parts. Service call equals $50. Hourly equals 3 times $30 equals $90. So the total $50 plus $90 equals $140. Always solve in the correct order. Use parentheses when needed and double-check unit labels. Now let's move into ratio, proportion, and rate problems, all of which are very common on the GED math test. These types of problems test your understanding of relationships between numbers, whether it's comparing quantities, scaling up, or figuring out speed. Let's begin with a proportion example. If 3 shirts cost $45, how much do 5 shirts cost? We'll set up a proportion. 3 shirts is to $45 as 5 shirts is to X dollars. Now let's cross-multiply. 3 times X equals 5 times 45, which gives us 3X equals 225. Then, solve by dividing both sides by 3. X equals 75. So the final answer is $75. Now here's a rates example. A car travels 180 miles in 3 hours. What is the speed? Use the formula speed equals distance divided by time equals 180 divided by 3 equals 60 miles per hour. Remember, ratios and rates show up in everyday scenarios, from shopping to driving, and they're essential for GED success. Let's move on to another real-life math skill you'll definitely see on the GED, working with percentages, especially tips, taxes, and discounts. You'll often see percent-based word problems. Example, tip or tax. A meal costs $48. You want to leave a 15% tip. How much tip should you leave? Tip equals 15% of $48, which is 0.15 times 48, and that equals $7.20. Now let's look at a discount example. A jacket originally costs $80 and is on sale for 25% off. What's the sale price? Start by finding the discount. 0.25 times 80 equals $20. Then subtract the discount from the original price. 80 minus 20 gives a sale price of $60. Next, let's talk about a common topic in GED word problems: real-life money situations, like paychecks, monthly expenses, or budgeting. Here's the first example. Weekly pay. You earn $12.50 per hour and work 35 hours per week. What's your total weekly pay? Multiply $12.50 by 35 hours. That gives you $437.50. Let's look at a monthly budget problem next. Example: you earn $2,000 per month. Your expenses are rent, $700, food, $300, transportation, $150. First, add up the expenses. 700 plus 300 plus 150 equals $1,150. Now subtract that from your income. 2,000 minus 1,150 equals $850 left over. These real-life money problems are very common on the GED, so practice them well. Now let's talk about time-based word problems. These often involve calculating travel time, figuring out schedules, or using the calendar. Example, travel time. A train leaves at 9:15 a.m. and arrives at 1:45 p.m. How long was the trip? To solve, count from 9:15 to 1:45. That's a total of 4 hours and 30 minutes. Example, calendar problems. Let's say an assignment is due 3 weeks and 2 days from Monday. What day will it be due? First, convert 3 weeks into days. 3 weeks is 21 days. Now add the 2 extra days. 21 plus 2 equals 23 days from Monday. If you count forward 23 days from Monday, the due date will fall on a Wednesday, 3 weeks later. Make sure to take your time with these problems and count carefully, especially when working with both hours and minutes or weeks and days. Many real-life math questions involve measuring space, like the size of a room or the amount something can hold. These are called geometry word problems. Example, area. You want to tile a floor that's 8 feet long and 6 feet wide. Each tile costs $2 per square foot. What's the total cost? First, calculate the area. 8 times 6 equals 48 square feet. Now, multiply by the price. 48 times $2 equals $96 total. Example, volume. A box is 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 3 feet high. What is its volume? Multiply all 3 dimensions. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 3 is 24 cubic feet. Quick reminder, area measures flat surfaces. Multiply length by width. Volume measures space inside a 3D object. Multiply length, width, and height. If they ask for perimeter, just add all the sides together. Always double-check the units. They're part of the answer. On the GED, you might see a bill, schedule, receipt, or table, and be asked to read and calculate based on the information provided. Example, grocery table. A table shows grocery prices. Apples cost $1.20 per pound. You buy 2.5 pounds. How much will it cost? Multiply. 1.20 times 2.5 equals $3. Always check for units, pounds, hours, dollars, etc., and use the info in the table to calculate. To wrap things up, let's quickly review what you've learned in this lesson. Word problems on the GED test require strong reading and translation skills. Look for keywords to determine the correct operations. Practice solving multi-step problems with money, time, rates, and area volume. Real-life math includes percent, discounts, wages, budgets, and schedules. You must translate real-world situations into math equations and solve carefully. Remember, word problems are less about tricks and more about clear thinking and applying the correct math tools. Practice solving a wide range of realistic scenarios to build confidence for the GED exam. Welcome to Lesson 3.6 of the GED Mathematical Reasoning module. In this lesson, we'll focus on two powerful tools that can significantly boost your GED math score: the on-screen calculator and the formulas provided on test day. Knowing how to use both efficiently can save time and prevent mistakes on the real exam. On the GED math test, you'll use the TI-30XS Multiview Calculator, which appears right on the screen during the exam. You don't need to bring one. They provide a virtual version for you to use. Key features to know: basic arithmetic, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Fractions and mixed numbers. Easily switch between fractions, decimals, and mixed numbers. Square roots and exponents. Quickly calculate powers and roots. Parentheses. Helps you follow the correct order of operations. Scrolling display lets you review and edit full calculations. No need to retype everything. Calculator tips for test day. Use parentheses whenever they appear in the question. Example, for 3 plus 2 divided by 5, enter it with parentheses just like that. Don't do math in your head under pressure. Use the calculator for everything, even small calculations. Know the key functions: the pi button for pi, the caret symbol for exponents, the square root key, the n/d button, n/d, for entering fractions, the second key to unlock alternate functions. Translate word problems into calculator steps. For example, if it says 25% of 80, enter 25 divided by 100, then multiply by 80. If you make a mistake, use the arrow and backspace keys to fix it. No need to start over. The more familiar you are with the calculator, the more confident you'll feel solving real problems on the GED. Next, let's talk about the must-know GED math formulas. You'll be given a formula sheet on the GED test. You don't have to memorize the formulas, but you must understand how and when to use each one. Area formulas. Rectangle, area equals length multiplied by width. Triangle, area equals 1/2 multiplied by base multiplied by height. Circle, area equals pi multiplied by radius squared. Perimeter and circumference. Rectangle, perimeter. Perimeter equals 2 multiplied by length plus width. Circle, circumference. Circumference equals 2 multiplied by pi multiplied by radius. Or alternatively, circumference equals pi multiplied by diameter. Volume formulas. Rectangular prism, like a box. Volume equals length multiplied by width multiplied by height. Cylinder. Volume equals pi multiplied by radius squared multiplied by height. Slope formula. Slope, also called rate of change, equals the difference in the y values divided by the difference in the x values. In other words, y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. Distance formula, not tested often but can appear, distance, equals the square root of x2 minus x1 squared plus y2 minus y1 squared. Pythagorean theorem, used only for right triangles, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where a and b are the shorter sides and c is the hypotenuse, longest side. Mean, average. Mean equals sum of all values divided by the number of values. Now that we've covered the most important formulas, let's walk through a few real GED-style examples so you can see how these formulas come to life. Example 1. Area of a triangle. Let's start with the area of a triangle. Suppose you're told a triangle has a base of 10 inches and a height of 6 inches. What is its area? The formula is Area equals 1/2 times base times height. So we plug in the numbers. 1/2 times 10 times 6. That's 5 times 6, which equals 30 square inches. Simple, right? Example 2. Volume of a cylinder. Next up, volume. A common formula on the GED is for the volume of a cylinder, which is V equals pi times radius squared times height. Let's say the radius is 3 centimeters and the height is 5. We square the radius first. 3 squared is 9. Then multiply 3.14 times 9 times 5. That gives us 141.3 cubic centimeters. Make sure your calculator is set up to handle decimals and squares smoothly. Example 3. Using a calculator for fractions. Here's a quick one with fractions. The question says, what is 2/3 of 120? All you need to do is multiply 2/3 by 120. You can enter this using the N/D key on your GED calculator. 2/3 times 120 equals 80. So 2/3 of 120 is 80. Example 4. Slope of a line. Let's try one from coordinate geometry. Say the question is, find the slope between the points 2, 4, and 6, 10. The slope formula is, slope equals the change in y over the change in x. So we subtract the y values, 10 minus 4 is 6, then subtract the x values, 6 minus 2 is 4. So, slope equals 6 over 4. That reduces to 1.5. Remember, always subtract in the same direction, top to bottom. Practice using these formulas with real problems until they feel second nature. Don't just memorize, apply. That's what the GED is really testing. Ready for more? Let's keep going. Let's take a quick breather and talk about something important. You don't have to memorize everything. Seriously. On the GED math test, some things are already provided for you, and that's a big relief. First up, you don't need to memorize pi. Just use the pi button on your calculator. It's more accurate anyway. Next, you don't need to memorize all those formulas, like volume, area, or perimeter. They're right there on your formula sheet, ready for you to use. No need to cram them into your brain. And you don't need to know complex geometry rules, like arc length or special triangle ratios, unless they're specifically on the formula sheet. So where should you focus? Focus on understanding when to use a formula. Practice plugging in values correctly, especially with decimals and exponents. And double-check your answers. Logic check them to avoid small errors. The GED isn't about memorization, it's about application. They want to know, can you take a real-world problem and solve it using the tools provided? Let's have a quick recap on what you learned in this lesson. In this lesson, you learned how to navigate and use the TI-30XS calculator effectively. Apply the most commonly tested formulas on the GED. Use strategies and shortcuts to solve faster and more accurately. Avoid unnecessary memorization and focus on understanding. Mastering your calculator and understanding the provided formula sheet are essential GED math test skills. With practice, you'll gain speed, accuracy, and confidence. In the GED science test, life science questions focus on understanding living organisms and biological systems. This lesson will cover the most testable and essential concepts related to cells, genetics, ecosystems, and human biology, all presented in a way that's simple, exam-relevant, and easy to understand for beginners. Let's begin with cells, the basic units of life. To start with, the cell is considered the basic unit of life. This means that everything living, whether it's a tiny microorganism or a complex human being, is made up of one or more cells. When we look closer, we find that there are two main types of cells. First, we have prokaryotic cells. These are simple in structure and do not contain a nucleus. A good example of this type is bacteria. Second, we have eukaryotic cells. These are more complex and contain a nucleus. You'll find these in both plant and animal organisms. So, in short, prokaryotes are simpler with no nucleus, while eukaryotes are more advanced with a clearly defined nucleus. Key cell organelles to know. Now that you understand what a cell is, let's explore some of its most important parts, also known as organelles, and what each one does. The nucleus acts as the control center of the cell. It holds the cell's DNA and directs all of its activities. The mitochondria are often called the powerhouse of the cell because they produce the energy the cell needs to function. The cell membrane serves as a protective barrier. It controls what substances can enter or leave the cell, helping maintain balance. The cytoplasm is the jelly-like fluid that fills the inside of the cell and holds all the organelles in place. Ribosomes are responsible for making proteins, which are essential for the cell's structure and activity. In addition, plant cells have two special parts that animal cells do not. Chloroplasts, found only in plant cells, are where photosynthesis happens. They help the plant convert sunlight into energy. The cell wall, also found only in plant cells, provides added structure and support, helping the plant maintain its shape. GED tip: expect questions asking you to identify organelle functions or compare plant versus animal cells. Now that you know what cells are and how they work, let's take a closer look at what's inside the nucleus, specifically the material that carries your genetic information. What is DNA? To begin with, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the molecule that holds the instructions for how every part of your body is built and maintained. You'll find DNA inside the nucleus of eukaryotic cells. Structurally, it's shaped like a twisted ladder, known as a double helix. This shape allows it to store and pass on a massive amount of information in a very compact form. Next, let's talk about genes. A gene is simply a segment of DNA that codes for a specific trait, like eye color, height, or blood type. You inherit genes in pairs, one from each parent. The combination you receive determines the traits that show up in you. In other words, genes are like blueprints, and traits are the finished features you can see or measure. When it comes to how traits are expressed, genes come in different forms called alleles. Some alleles are dominant, while others are recessive. Let's break it down. A dominant allele is represented by a capital letter, such as B. It only takes one copy of a dominant allele for that trait to show up. A recessive allele is shown with a lowercase letter, like B. For a recessive trait to appear, you must have two copies, one from each parent, so BB. Here are two simple examples. If someone has the gene combination BB, the dominant trait will show up. But if someone has BB, the recessive trait is what you'll see. GED tip: you may be asked to predict traits using Punnett squares or identify which traits are dominant/recessive. Let's now explore how living things, especially plants and animals, create and use energy. This brings us to two key biological processes: photosynthesis and cellular respiration. First, we'll start with photosynthesis, which happens only in plants. The process can be summarized like this. Carbon dioxide plus water plus sunlight produces glucose and oxygen. In simple terms, plants absorb carbon dioxide from the air and water from the soil. Then, using sunlight as energy, they transform these ingredients into glucose, a type of sugar, and release oxygen as a byproduct. This is how plants create their own food, and it's also how they produce the oxygen we breathe. Next, let's look at cellular respiration, which takes place in both plants and animals. This process works in the opposite way. Glucose plus oxygen produces carbon dioxide, water, and energy in the form of ATP. In this case, your cells take the glucose from the food you eat and combine it with oxygen. This reaction creates carbon dioxide and water, but more importantly, it generates energy your body uses to function. That energy is called ATP, or adenosine triphosphate. GED tip: for the GED test, be prepared to match each description with the correct process. You might also be asked whether a process happens in plants, animals, or both. Focus on knowing what goes into each process, what comes out, and who uses it. Now let's shift our focus to the big picture: how living things interact within the environment. This brings us into the study of ecology, which includes ecosystems, food chains, and the flow of energy. To start, let's review some key vocabulary you'll need to know. An ecosystem is a community that includes both living things, like animals and plants, and non-living things, like air, water, and sunlight. A producer is an organism, such as a plant, that makes its own food using sunlight. A consumer is an organism, such as an animal, that eats other organisms to get energy. A decomposer, such as fungi or bacteria, breaks down dead plants and animals, returning nutrients to the environment. A food chain or food web is a diagram that shows how energy flows from one organism to another in an ecosystem. Let's walk through how energy moves in a basic food chain. It begins with the sun, which provides energy to plants. These plants, or producers, are eaten by herbivores, which are animals that only eat plants. Then, carnivores eat the herbivores. Finally, decomposers break down the remains of dead organisms and recycle nutrients back into the ecosystem. Each step along this path is called a trophic level, and the amount of energy decreases as you move up each level. GED tip: on the GED test, you might be shown a diagram of a food chain or a food web. Be ready to identify what role an organism plays, such as producer, consumer, or decomposer. You may also be asked to predict what would happen if one species were removed. Understanding how energy flows through an ecosystem will help you answer these questions confidently. Now let's explore how the human body functions. While there are many systems in the body, the GED focuses on a few key ones. Let's break them down one by one. First, the circulatory system includes the heart, blood, and blood vessels. Its main job is to transport oxygen and nutrients throughout the body. Think of it as the delivery system that keeps everything running smoothly. Next is the nervous system, which includes the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. This system controls the body's responses and internal communication. It's responsible for your senses, reactions, and coordination. Then we have the digestive system, which includes the mouth, stomach, and intestines. Its function is to break down food and absorb nutrients so your body can use them for energy and repair. Finally, the respiratory system includes the lungs and trachea. Its role is to bring in oxygen and remove carbon dioxide from the body. Breathing is just the beginning. This system powers the exchange of gases needed for survival. GED tip: on the GED test, you might be asked to match a body part to its system or identify which system is affected by a specific condition. Focus on understanding the main parts and purposes of each system so you can quickly recognize them in questions. In this GED Life Science lesson, we covered everything you need to know for the test: the structure and function of cells, how DNA and heredity work, how energy flows through ecosystems and the essential body systems. Focus on understanding functions, identifying roles, and interpreting diagrams. These are common GED science question formats. This foundational knowledge not only helps on the exam, but also strengthens your understanding of the living world around you. Welcome to physical science, one of the most important areas tested in the GED science section. This lesson focuses on the core principles of matter, energy, motion, and basic physics and chemistry concepts. Everything in this lesson is carefully selected to match real GED test question styles and standards. Let's begin with the basics of all physical science: the structure of matter. To understand this, we start with atoms and elements. All matter, everything around you, is made of tiny units called atoms. Each atom has three key parts: protons, which carry a positive charge and are located in the center, called the nucleus; neutrons, which have no charge and are also found in the nucleus; electrons, which carry a negative charge and move around the nucleus in orbits. When we talk about elements, we are referring to pure substances made of only one type of atom. Examples include oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. To help organize all known elements, scientists use the periodic table. Each element has an atomic number, which tells us how many protons are in its atoms. The elements are arranged in order of increasing atomic number. The horizontal rows are called periods and show the number of energy levels. The vertical columns are called groups and contain elements with similar properties. Understanding how the periodic table works will help you answer many GED science questions. Now that you understand the structure of matter, let's move on to how matter behaves in different forms and how it changes. Matter exists in different states depending on temperature and energy. The most common states are the following. Solid. This state has a definite shape and volume. An example is a block of ice. Liquid. This has a definite volume, but it takes the shape of its container. Water is a good example. Gas. This state has neither a definite shape nor a definite volume. It spreads out to fill any space. Plasma. This is a high-energy state found in stars and lightning. While it exists in nature, it's not commonly tested on the GED. It's also important to know how matter changes from one form to another. These changes fall into two main categories. Physical change. This type of change affects the form of a substance, but not its identity. For example, melting ice is still water. It just changes from solid to liquid. Chemical change. This type of change results in a new substance being formed. For instance, rusting metal or burning wood creates something entirely different from the original material. GED tip. On the test, you may be shown a real-life scenario and asked to decide if it represents a physical change or a chemical one. Be sure you can tell the difference. Next, let's explore motion and the forces that cause objects to move. This is a core part of physical science on the GED. Speed is how fast something is moving. It's calculated by dividing the distance traveled by the time it takes. For example, if a car travels 100 miles in 2 hours, its speed is 50 miles per hour. Velocity is similar to speed, but it also includes direction. So if that car is moving 50 miles per hour to the east, that's velocity. A force is simply a push or pull that causes something to move. It's measured in units called newtons. One common type of force is friction. Friction works against motion, like when you try to slide a box across the floor and it resists. Now let's look at Newton's 3 laws of motion. First, inertia. An object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion, unless acted on by a force. Second, force equals mass times acceleration. In other words, heavier objects take more force to move. Third, action and reaction. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. For example, when you jump, your feet push down on the ground, and the ground pushes you upward. GED application. You may see a question with a diagram of a moving car, a ramp, or an arrow showing the direction of a force. You'll need to interpret that diagram to predict movement or apply one of Newton's laws. Energy makes everything happen, from motion to heat to electricity. In this section, you'll learn the key types of energy and how they transform. Types of energy. There are 2 major forms of energy you should know. Kinetic energy is the energy of motion. For example, a rolling ball or a moving car has kinetic energy. Potential energy is stored energy. A stretched rubber band or a rock sitting at the edge of a cliff has potential energy because of its position or condition. Energy transformations. The law of conservation of energy states that energy is never created or destroyed. It can only change from one form to another. Here are some examples you might see on the GED. A toaster changes electrical energy into heat energy. A car engine changes chemical energy from gasoline into both kinetic energy for movement and heat energy. A solar panel changes light energy from the sun into electrical energy. GED tip. You may be asked to identify what kind of energy is present in a situation, or how energy changes from one form to another. Focus on real-world examples like appliances, vehicles, or natural sources of energy. This section focuses on basic electricity and magnetism, two topics that often show up in GED science questions. Electric circuits. An electric circuit is a complete path that allows electricity to flow. An open circuit means the path is broken, so no electricity flows. A closed circuit means the path is complete, so electricity can flow. Common parts of a circuit include a battery that provides the electrical energy, wires that carry the current, a bulb or other device that uses the electricity. Magnetism. Magnetism is closely related to electricity. A magnetic field is produced whenever electric charges are moving. An electromagnet is created when electricity flows through a wire coil. This creates a temporary magnetic field, which can be turned on and off. Electromagnets are used in motors, speakers, and some types of locks. Understanding chemical reactions is important for the GED science test. You do not need to memorize complex formulas, but you should understand how substances change during a reaction. Reactants and products. Every chemical reaction starts with reactants and ends with products. Reactants are the starting substances. Products are the new substances formed during the reaction. Example, hydrogen and oxygen combine to form water. You might see this written as hydrogen plus oxygen produces water. This means hydrogen and oxygen are the reactants, and water is the product. Balancing chemical equations. Chemical equations show the number of atoms before and after a reaction. The number of atoms must be the same on both sides. This is called the law of conservation of mass. GED tip. You may see a simple equation and be asked to identify the reactants and the products. Explain what is happening in the reaction. Focus on understanding the basic idea of how substances change. Recap. What you must know for the GED. Basic structure of atoms and elements. Recognize physical versus chemical changes. Understand motion, speed, force, and Newton's laws. Identify types and transformations of energy. Basics of electric circuits and magnetism. Simple chemical reactions and conservation laws. These concepts often appear in charts, graphs, diagrams, or simple text scenarios on the GED. Focus on understanding the meaning behind them, not memorizing advanced science terms. This lesson focuses on essential Earth and space science concepts tested on the GED science section. You'll explore the Earth systems, the water cycle, weather and climate, the structure of the solar system, and human impact on the environment. Everything here is designed to help you succeed. To understand how Earth works, we need to look beneath the surface, literally. The Earth is made up of several layers, and their movement affects everything from earthquakes to volcanoes. First, let's talk about the layers of the Earth. Crust. This is the outermost layer where we live. It's solid rock in the thinnest layer. Mantle, located under the crust. It's made of semi-solid rock that flows very slowly, almost like thick syrup. Outer core, a layer of liquid metal, mostly iron and nickel. It moves as Earth spins and creates the planet's magnetic field. Inner core, a solid ball of metal. Even though it's incredibly hot, it remains solid due to the intense pressure from all the layers above it. Next, plate tectonics. The Earth's crust isn't one solid piece. It's broken into large sections called tectonic plates. These plates float on top of the mantle and are always moving, very slowly. When plates move, big things happen. Earthquakes happen when plates grind past each other and release energy. Volcanoes occur when plates pull apart or push together, allowing hot magma to rise to the surface. Mountains form when plates collide and the land is pushed upward. Key GED concept: cause and effect. Earthquakes and volcanoes don't happen randomly. They are caused by plate movement. You may be asked to analyze a diagram of plate boundaries or predict outcomes based on their motion. Weather affects our daily lives, and it all begins with water. Understanding the water cycle and how it connects to weather and climate is a key GED science skill. The water cycle is a continuous process that moves water around Earth's surface and atmosphere. Evaporation, water from oceans, lakes, or rivers turns into vapor due to heat from the sun. Condensation, that vapor rises, cools, and turns into tiny water droplets, forming clouds. Precipitation, when the droplets grow heavy, they fall to the ground as rain, snow, sleet, or hail. Runoff, the water flows over land or seeps into the ground, returning to bodies of water, and the cycle begins again. It's a never-ending loop powered by the sun. Weather versus climate. These two terms often get mixed up, but they mean very different things. Weather is what's happening in the atmosphere right now, like sunny, cloudy, rainy, or windy. Climate is the long-term average of weather in a region over decades, like hot and humid in the tropics or dry in deserts. Think of it this way. Weather is your mood today. Climate is your personality. GED questions may ask for comparison or to interpret data tables or graphs about weather patterns. You don't need to memorize every weather term, but you do need to recognize patterns and know what causes them. When we study space, we're looking beyond Earth to understand how the universe works and how it affects life here on our planet. The GED test often includes questions about the sun, moon, planets, and Earth's movements. The sun is the center of our solar system and our source of energy. It plays three vital roles: provides light and heat, essential for all life on Earth; drives photosynthesis, plants use sunlight to make food; controls the seasons, thanks to Earth's tilted orbit around the sun; Earth's rotation and revolution. Earth moves in two ways that directly affect our experience of time and weather. Rotation. Earth spins on its axis once every 24 hours. This causes day and night. Revolution. Earth orbits the sun once every 365.25 days. This causes seasons. But here's the key detail. Earth is tilted at 23.5 degrees, which means some parts of the planet get more direct sunlight at different times of the year. That's why we have summer, fall, winter, and spring. Moon phases and eclipses. The moon reflects sunlight and appears to change shape as it orbits Earth. These changing shapes are called moon phases: new moon, first quarter; full moon, last quarter. You may also see eclipses on the GED. Solar eclipse. The moon moves between Earth and the sun, blocking sunlight. Lunar eclipse. Earth moves between the sun and moon, casting a shadow on the moon. Other celestial bodies. Besides Earth and the moon, our solar system includes planets, all orbit the sun; inner planets, Mercury to Mars, small and rocky; outer planets, Jupiter to Neptune, large and made of gas; asteroids, small rocky bodies, mostly found in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter; comets, made of ice and dust. They orbit the sun in long, stretched-out paths and often have glowing tails. GED tip: read models and charts. You might see diagrams of moon phases, planet positions, eclipses, or orbits. Be prepared to interpret a visual or predict what happens next in a cycle. Humans have a powerful influence on the planet. In this section, you'll learn how our actions affect air, water, climate, and ecosystems, and how we can make more sustainable choices. Environmental challenges. Human activities can damage Earth's natural systems. Burning fossil fuels, such as coal, oil, and natural gas, causes air pollution and adds greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Cutting down forests, known as deforestation, reduces the number of trees that can absorb carbon dioxide. Overfishing, urban expansion, and pollution harm ecosystems and reduce biodiversity. Climate change. Climate change is driven by the buildup of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. This causes global temperatures to rise, polar ice to melt, and increases in extreme weather events like floods and droughts. You may see GED questions asking you to analyze a graph showing temperature change, identify the cause and effect of rising emissions, interpret climate trends from data, conservation and renewable resources. We can reduce harm by using resources more wisely. Renewable resources include wind, solar, hydroelectric power, and geothermal energy. These can be replaced naturally. Non-renewable resources like coal, oil, and natural gas cannot be quickly replaced once used. GED may ask you to evaluate solutions to environmental problems or choose sustainable practices from a list. Now let's move into Part 5, Earth's History and Fossil Record. First, let's talk about the geological timescale. Earth is around 4.6 billion years old. To understand its long history, scientists divide time into large blocks called eras, periods, and epochs. These divisions help us organize major events in Earth's past, like the rise and fall of dinosaurs or the appearance of early humans. On the GED, you might see questions asking about the order of events using something called relative dating. This means figuring out which rock layers, or the fossils inside them, are older or younger. For example, fossils in deeper layers are usually older than those found closer to the surface. Now, let's explore fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains or traces of ancient organisms. Over time, plants or animals can get buried by sediment and leave behind bones, shells, or even footprints. These fossils give scientists clues about what life was like long ago and how Earth's environment has changed. When it comes to the GED, you might be asked to interpret a fossil sequence or use fossil evidence to explain extinction events, like why a certain species disappeared. Together, understanding geological time and fossils gives us a clearer picture of Earth's deep past and prepares you to answer GED questions that ask about timelines, rock layers, or changes in life over time. Let's quickly go over the key points. Earth is made of 4 layers. Plate tectonics explain earthquakes, volcanoes, and mountains. The water cycle involves evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and runoff. Weather is short-term, climate is long-term. The Sun controls both through energy and Earth's tilt orbit. The Moon's phases and eclipses are due to positions of Earth, Sun, and Moon. Planets, asteroids, and comets make up our solar system. Human activities impact ecosystems and climate. GED often includes questions on interpreting data and choosing solutions. Fossils and rock layers reveal Earth's history and are commonly tested in reading-based science questions. In science, understanding data is just as important as knowing facts. The GED science test frequently includes charts, graphs, and tables. Your ability to interpret them can make or break your score. In this lesson, you'll learn exactly how to read, analyze, and draw conclusions from scientific data. Let's begin with understanding scientific data. First, what exactly is scientific data? Scientific data is information collected through observations, experiments, or research. It helps scientists test hypotheses and make conclusions. On the GED, you'll often be asked to interpret different types of visuals, such as bar graphs, line graphs, pie charts, tables, and diagrams or illustrations like cells or body systems. Now, let's review some key vocabulary you'll need to know. A variable is anything that can change in an experiment, like temperature, time, or height. The independent variable is what you change on purpose. It's the cause. The dependent variable is what you measure. That's the effect. A constant is something that stays the same throughout the experiment. It doesn't change. And the control group is the baseline group used for comparison. It doesn't get the experimental treatment, so scientists can see if any changes actually occurred. Understanding these terms and how to read scientific visuals is a big part of the GED science test, and it helps you think like a scientist. Now that we understand what scientific data is, let's take a closer look at the different types of graphs you might see on the GED science test and how to read them effectively. Let's start with line graphs. Line graphs are used to show changes over time. For example, you might see a graph titled Plant Height over 6 weeks. A helpful tip is to pay attention to the direction of the line. If it goes up, it shows an increase. If it goes down, it shows a decrease. Next, we have bar graphs. Bar graphs are great for comparing quantities across different categories. An example might be, Number of students in each science class. To read a bar graph accurately, always check the labels on both the horizontal and vertical axes before drawing conclusions. Then, there are pie charts. Pie charts show percentages and how a whole is divided into parts. You might see something like energy use by source, solar, wind, coal, and so on. To interpret a pie chart, estimate the size of each slice and pay close attention to the largest and smallest sections. Finally, let's talk about tables. Tables organize raw data in rows and columns. To make sense of a table, look for patterns by comparing numbers across rows or down columns. Being familiar with these types of visuals and knowing how to read them will give you a strong advantage on the GED science test. Now that you can recognize different types of graphs and tables, it's time to learn how to analyze the data they show. On the GED science test, you'll often be asked to evaluate scientific claims and conclusions. Questions may ask things like, does the data support the hypothesis? What is the trend? Or, what conclusion can be drawn from the experiment? To answer correctly, follow a clear set of steps. First, read the title and all labels carefully. This gives you context for what the data is about. Second, identify the independent and dependent variables. Remember, the independent variable is what's changed, and the dependent variable is what's measured. Third, look for patterns, trends, or anything that stands out. These are called outliers. Most importantly, make sure you understand what the data is saying before you answer. Don't bring in outside information or make guesses. Base your answer only on the data shown in the graph or table. Let's go over a quick example. Imagine a line graph shows the growth of plants with and without fertilizer over an 8-week period. You notice that the fertilized plants grew twice as tall as the ones without fertilizer. If the question asks, what conclusion can be drawn? The best answer is, fertilizer appears to promote plant growth. This kind of careful, step-by-step analysis is exactly what you'll need to succeed on the GED science test. In this section, let's talk about how to interpret diagrams on the GED science test. You might see images such as food chains, human body systems, solar system diagrams, or life cycles. These diagrams are not just pictures, they tell a story. To understand them, focus on the relationships shown. Ask yourself questions like, what comes first? What happens next? What is the result? For example, in a food chain, arrows show the flow of energy. Grass is eaten by a rabbit, and the rabbit is eaten by a fox. This shows the sequence of energy transfer in an ecosystem. In a human body diagram, you may need to identify where digestion starts, or how blood flows through the heart and lungs. In a solar system diagram, you might be asked to compare the positions or movements of planets, or explain why we experience day and night. Here is a key tip. Pay attention to cause and effect or step-by-step processes in the image. Do not just look at the picture. Read the labels, look at the arrows, and understand the order of events. By taking a few extra seconds to fully read the diagram, you'll be able to answer more confidently and avoid common mistakes. Next, let's look at how to support conclusions using evidence from the data. On the GED, you may be asked to select evidence that supports a claim based on what's shown in a chart or graph. Example: claim: pollution levels increased in the last 5 years. Data: a bar graph shows rising CO2 levels every year. Correct evidence: therefore, the CO2 levels have steadily increased from 2018 to 2023. This answer is correct because it directly supports the claim using real information from the data. Choose the evidence that clearly links to the claim. Don't overthink it or assume facts not shown. The best answer will use the numbers or trends exactly as they appear. Now that you've seen how to use evidence, let's go over how to approach data questions effectively on test day. How to handle data questions. First, take your time reading the graph, table, or diagram carefully. Next, use your finger or scratch paper to help you track the information and avoid confusion. Then, eliminate any answer choices that are not directly supported by the data. Finally, watch out for trick options that may sound correct but aren't actually based on what the graph shows. To wrap up, let's go over the most important points from this lesson. Scientific data can appear in many forms, including graphs, charts, tables, and diagrams. It's important to know how to read and analyze each type correctly. Always base your answers strictly on the information provided. Avoid relying on outside knowledge or assumptions. Watch closely for patterns, trends, and relationships within the data. Finally, use critical thinking to match any given claim with the correct supporting evidence from the data. This approach will help you confidently answer database science questions on the GED.
In this lesson, you'll learn how scientists design, conduct, and evaluate experiments. This is a major part of the GED science test because it checks if you understand the structure of a scientific investigation and how to think critically about its validity. You'll also learn how to identify flaws in experiments, understand variables, and interpret conclusions, all crucial for GED success. Let's begin by understanding what a scientific experiment actually is. A scientific experiment is a controlled method used to test a hypothesis, essentially an educated guess. It involves carefully planning an investigation, making observations, measuring results, and analyzing those results to see how one factor affects another. Now, why do scientists perform experiments? The main purposes are to test hypotheses, to answer questions using observable evidence, and to discover relationships between different variables. By keeping experiments controlled and focused, scientists can draw reliable conclusions based on evidence rather than assumptions. Now that we know what an experiment is, let's walk through the general process scientists follow when designing one. The scientific method is a step-by-step approach used to answer questions and solve problems through observation and evidence. Here's a quick breakdown of the basic steps. First, ask a question. What are you trying to find out? Then, form a hypothesis. Make an educated guess about what you think will happen. Next, design the experiment. Choose your variables and decide how you'll test them. After that, conduct the experiment. Follow the steps and gather your data. Then, analyze the results. This might involve using tables, graphs, or simple math. Once that's done, draw a conclusion. Did the results support your hypothesis? Finally, communicate your results. Share what you discovered. Keep in mind, these steps aren't always followed in a strict order, but GED questions often ask you to identify which step is being described in a scenario. Before you can analyze or design any experiment, it's important to understand the role of variables. Let's break them down clearly. First, we have the independent variable. This is the one factor you change on purpose in an experiment. For example, the amount of sunlight a plant receives. Next is the dependent variable. This is what you measure or observe as a result of the change. For instance, how tall the plant grows. Then there are controlled variables, also called constants. These are the factors you keep the same throughout the experiment to make sure the test is fair. Example, using the same type of plant, same soil, and same amount of water. Lastly, there's the control group, a group in the experiment that does not receive the independent variable. This group serves as a comparison to show whether the independent variable truly had an effect. Understanding these 4 types of variables will help you answer many GED science questions with confidence. To get reliable results in any scientific experiment, you need to design what's called a fair test. This means ensuring that only the independent variable is responsible for changes in the dependent variable. To make that happen, here are a few key practices. Use a large enough sample size so your results aren't based on chance. Repeat the experiment or conduct multiple trials to confirm consistency. Keep all other variables constant to make sure nothing else is affecting the outcome. And most importantly, avoid bias, which could come from influencing results without realizing it or interpreting data in a way that supports your prediction. These steps ensure your test results are trustworthy, and they often show up in GED science questions. Now that you know how to design a fair test, let's take it a step further. How do you know if an experiment is actually valid? In other words, how can you tell if it was done well and produced trustworthy results? A strong experiment usually includes a clear hypothesis that defines what's being tested, controlled variables, so only one thing is changing, reliable data collection methods like accurate measuring tools or consistent timing, repeatability, meaning others can perform the same experiment and get similar results, and most importantly, no bias or flawed reasoning that could distort the outcome. On the flip side, GED test questions might ask you to spot mistakes in an experiment. Watch out for these red flags. A sample size that's too small to represent the larger population. No control group, which means there's no baseline for comparison. Unclear or missing variables, making it hard to what's being tested. A conclusion that doesn't match the data, a common logic error. And a major one, confusing correlation with causation. Just because two things happen at the same time doesn't mean one caused the other. Being able to evaluate these elements will help you answer many GED science questions with confidence. Once the data has been analyzed, it's time to make sense of it all. This step is called drawing a conclusion, and it's where scientists decide what the results actually mean. Based on the evidence collected, there are usually three possible outcomes. The results support the hypothesis, meaning the prediction was correct. The results do not support the hypothesis, showing the prediction was incorrect. Or the results raise new questions, leading to further investigation. On the GED science test, you might be asked what a conclusion should be based on a set of data. Remember, not supporting a hypothesis is not a failure. It still adds valuable knowledge to science and often helps guide future experiments. Understanding this part of the process helps you spot valid conclusions and rule out ones that go beyond what the data shows. Now that you understand how experiments work, let's look at the kind of questions the GED science test may include. Often, you'll be presented with a brief description of an experiment, a table, chart, or graph showing the data, a summary or conclusion from the experiment. The test will then ask you to analyze one part of the experiment, such as identifying the variables or evaluating the conclusion. Let's try a sample question. Example, GED-style question. A student wants to test if the type of liquid affects plant growth. He uses 3 types of liquids: water, juice, and soda. Each plant gets 100 ml daily, uses the same type of soil, receives the same light, and is measured weekly. Question: what is the independent variable? Answer: the type of liquid. This is what the student changes in the experiment, making it the independent variable. Expect similar questions on test day, where identifying parts of an experiment is key. Let's now walk through a clear method you can use whenever you're asked to analyze an experiment on the GED test. Whether it's a chart, graph, or paragraph, follow these steps. Start with the hypothesis. Ask yourself, what is the experiment trying to find out? Identify the variables. Look for what's being changed, independent, what's being measured, dependent, and what's kept the same, controlled. Check for fairness. Ask, is this a fair test? Are there flaws like missing control groups or inconsistent conditions? Interpret the data. Look at tables, graphs, or charts and ask, what do the results actually show? Evaluate the conclusion. Finally, does the conclusion logically follow from the data? Is there any overreach or assumption? By using this step-by-step approach, you'll be ready to break down experimental questions accurately and confidently on the GED Science test. To wrap up, let's go over the most important points from this lesson. A scientific experiment is a structured test of a hypothesis using variables. Know the difference between independent, dependent, and controlled variables. A fair test requires only one changed variable while keeping others the same. Evaluate experiments for flaws, like small sample sizes, missing control groups, or unsupported conclusions. On the GED, you'll likely interpret an experiment setup or analyze a graph, table related to one. Understanding how experiments are designed and evaluated is a core GED science skill. Mastering this gives you a strong edge on the test. In science, understanding how and why things happen is key to drawing correct conclusions. On the GED Science test, you'll often see questions that ask you to identify causes and effects, make or evaluate a hypothesis, and choose the best conclusion based on given evidence. This lesson will teach you how to master those skills using real-world science logic. Let's begin with one of the most important thinking skills on the GED Science test, understanding cause and effect. In science, cause refers to the reason something happens, while effect is the outcome or result that follows. These relationships show up in experiments, natural processes, and real-world situations. For example, if a plant doesn't get sunlight, then it won't grow well. Here, lack of sunlight is the cause. Poor growth is the effect. On the GED test, spotting these relationships quickly is key. You'll often find them in short passages, experiment summaries, or process explanations, like erosion, chemical reactions, or food chains. How can you spot them? Look for clue words such as because, due to, as a result, causes, leads to, results in. Then ask yourself two simple questions. What happened? Why did it happen? Let's try a quick example. The lake's fish population dropped significantly after the nearby factory increased waste output into the water. Cause: the factory increased waste. Effect: the fish population declined. Being able to identify and explain these cause and effect relationships helps you understand science more clearly and answer GED questions more accurately. Now that we've covered cause and effect, let's move on to a key part of the scientific method, the hypothesis. A hypothesis is a testable prediction about what you think will happen in a specific experiment or situation. It's more than just a guess, it's based on prior knowledge, patterns, or observation. A strong hypothesis is always testable. It often follows the format, if this happens, then this result will occur. On the GED test, you may be asked to choose the correct hypothesis or spot one that doesn't belong. Be sure the hypothesis is clear, specific, and testable, not vague or based on personal opinions. Here's a quick comparison. Good hypothesis. If salt is added to water, then the boiling point will increase. Bad hypothesis. Salt is weird and probably does something cool. As we continue, keep in mind that every experiment starts with a clear, testable hypothesis. After forming a hypothesis and running an experiment, the next step is drawing a conclusion. Let's break down what that really means. A scientific conclusion is a judgment made by analyzing the results of an investigation. It's not about opinions or guesses. It must be rooted in the evidence collected. A strong conclusion should meet 3 key criteria. It's based entirely on the data, it directly connects to the results, and it doesn't simply repeat the original hypothesis. It explains whether the hypothesis was supported or not. Let's look at an example. Hypothesis: if you water plants with soda, then they'll grow faster. Results: the soda-watered plants died. The plants watered with regular water grew well. Conclusion: water is better for plant growth than soda. Why? Because the evidence clearly shows that soda harmed the plants while water helped them grow. Always make sure your conclusion reflects what actually happened in the data. Now that you understand cause and effect, hypotheses, and conclusions, let's look at how the GED test checks your understanding. There are 3 common types of questions you'll see. 1. Identifying cause or effect. You might be asked something like, what caused the change in the population? Which event is a likely effect of X? These questions test your ability to trace what happened and why. 2. Picking the best hypothesis. Here, you'll need to choose the option that is testable and specific, eliminate vague, opinion-based, or unscientific answers. Remember, a good hypothesis is built on logic and can be proven or disproven. 3. Choosing the best conclusion. These questions often include charts or data. Your task is to examine the results carefully, select the conclusion that clearly reflects what the data shows, avoid answers that make assumptions or go beyond the information given. To wrap up, let's go over the most important points from this lesson. Cause and effect relationships explain why events happen and what results they produce. A hypothesis is a testable prediction, often written as if-then statements. A scientific conclusion must be directly based on evidence, not assumptions or opinions. On the GED, you'll often need to read a scenario, chart, or experiment and choose the correct hypothesis, cause-effect, or conclusion. Keep practicing these thinking skills. They're a huge part of the GED science test and show up in real-world science too. Welcome to Module 5 of the GED Social Studies course. In this lesson, we'll focus on U.S. history, a major part of the social studies test. You'll explore key historical periods, major events, and significant figures that shaped the United States. Everything here is tailored to help you succeed on the GED exam, clear, focused, and test-ready. Before the United States became a nation, it was made up of colonies ruled by Britain. The 13 colonies. Britain established 13 colonies along the eastern seaboard of North America. These were divided into 3 regions: New England, Middle, and Southern colonies. Many colonists came seeking freedom, land, and economic opportunity. Growing tensions with Britain. Over time, Britain began taxing the colonies to help pay for the French and Indian War. Laws like the Stamp Act and Tea Act angered colonists. The phrase, "no taxation without representation," became their rallying cry. They believed they shouldn't be taxed without having a voice in Parliament. The American Revolution, 1775 to 1783. Tensions exploded into violence at Lexington and Concord, marking the start of the American Revolution. Colonists fought to gain full independence from British rule. In 1776, Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, formally stating that the colonies were now free and no longer under British control. After winning independence, the United States needed to build a new government. This part explains how the Constitution shaped the foundation of the country. Articles of Confederation, First Government. The Articles of Confederation created the first U.S. government after the Revolution. It gave most power to the states and made the national government too weak. It couldn't collect taxes or regulate trade effectively. U.S. Constitution, 1787. In response to those problems, leaders met to draft a new plan, the U.S. Constitution. This created a stronger federal government with 3 branches: executive, president; legislative, Congress; judicial, courts. Each branch was designed to check the power of the others, creating a system of checks and balances. Bill of Rights, 1791. To ensure citizens' rights were protected, the first 10 amendments were added to the Constitution. These are called the Bill of Rights. They include key freedoms like freedom of speech, religion, the press, the right to bear arms, and protection from unfair government actions. In the 1800s, the U.S. expanded its territory, but this growth also led to deep divisions that would erupt into civil war. Let's explore the key events that shaped this period. Manifest destiny. The idea of manifest destiny was the belief that the United States was destined to expand westward across the continent, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. This belief drove the acquisition of new territories, including Texas, Oregon, and California, and led to displacement of Native American populations. The Civil War, 1861 to 1865. The Civil War was fought between the North, Union, and the South, Confederacy. Major causes included the expansion of slavery into new territories, disputes over states' rights, economic differences between the industrial North and the agricultural South. President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, which declared enslaved people in Confederate states to be free. The Union's victory preserved the United States and led to the formal end of slavery. The Reconstruction Era, 1865 to 1877. After the war, the U.S. entered a period known as Reconstruction, aimed at rebuilding the South and integrating formerly enslaved people into society. Key changes included 13th Amendment, abolished slavery. 14th Amendment, granted citizenship to all people born in the U.S. 15th Amendment, gave African American men the right to vote. These constitutional changes were major steps towards civil rights, although challenges and inequality remained. In this section, we'll cover the rise of industry, major social changes like women's suffrage, and the U.S. role in 2 world wars. Industrial growth. In the late 1800s, the United States experienced rapid industrialization and urban expansion. Key inventions like the telephone, the electric light bulb, and Henry Ford's assembly line revolutionized communication, daily life, and manufacturing. Cities grew as factories expanded, and immigration surged as people sought new economic opportunities in industrial jobs. Women's suffrage. As the nation grew, so did demands for equality. women organized and protested for the right to vote. After decades of activism, the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, granting women the right to vote in national elections. World Wars. The U.S. entered World War I in 1917, joining the Allies to help bring the war to an end in 1918. Later, during World War II, the U.S. joined the conflict in 1941, following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. American military and industrial power played a key role in defeating Germany, Italy, and Japan by 1945. This section explores the civil rights movement and key events in recent U.S. history that shaped modern America. Civil rights movement, 1950s, 1960s. The civil rights movement aimed to end racial segregation and promote equality for African Americans. Key figures included Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who led nonviolent protests, Rosa Parks, whose arrest sparked the Montgomery bus boycott, and Malcolm X, who advocated for Black empowerment. Major laws like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 outlawed discrimination and protected voting rights. Recent history. Cold War, 1947–1991. A period of tension between the U.S. and the Soviet Union involving political ideologies, arms races, and proxy wars. 9/11 attacks, 2001. Terrorist attacks on U.S. soil led to new national security measures and the War on Terror. Great Recession, 2008. A major financial crisis that caused widespread job loss, foreclosures, and economic instability. Now that you've learned the major events, let's go over some key tips to help you answer U.S. history questions on the GED. Look for cause and effect. Understand what led to major events. Example, slavery, Civil War. Know the purpose of key documents. Example, the Declaration of Independence explained why the colonies broke away from Britain. Memorize key amendments and laws. Focus on the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and acts like the Civil Rights Act 1964. Think chronologically. Use timeline logic to determine what happened first and how it influenced future events. Recognize big themes. Watch for recurring ideas: freedom, rights, westward expansion, conflict, and reform. Let's take a quick moment to review the most important points you've learned in this U.S. history lesson. The U.S. began with 13 British colonies and gained independence after the Revolutionary War. The Constitution set up the framework for American government. America expanded west, fought a civil war, and entered the Industrial Age. 20th century events include world wars, civil rights, and global conflicts like the Cold War. The GED test emphasizes understanding historical change, major figures, and why events matter, not just memorizing dates. In this lesson, we'll focus on civics and government, one of the core areas tested on the GED exam. Understanding how the U.S. government is structured and operates is essential, not just for the test, but also for informed citizenship. Let's begin by understanding the foundation of how the U.S. government works and the rights it protects. The Constitution. To begin with, the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It was signed in 1787 and outlines how the government should operate. Moreover, the preamble explains the purpose of the Constitution, starting with the famous words, "We the people." Importantly, the Constitution creates a federal system, meaning power is shared between the national and state governments. Bill of Rights. In addition to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, protects essential individual freedoms. These include freedoms like speech, religion, and the right to a fair trial. For the GED, pay close attention to these commonly tested amendments. First Amendment, free speech, religion, press, and assembly. Fourth Amendment, protection against unreasonable searches. Fifth Amendment, right to remain silent and due process. Sixth Amendment, right to a fair and speedy trial. To ensure that no single part of the government becomes too powerful, the U.S. Constitution divides authority into 3 separate branches. Each plays a unique role in how the government functions. First, the legislative branch is responsible for making laws. It is divided into 2 parts. The House of Representatives, 435 members, with the number per state based on population. The Senate, 100 members, with 2 per state regardless of size. Key powers include approving the federal budget, declaring war, overriding a presidential veto with a 2/3 vote. Executive branch, President. Next, the executive branch is responsible for enforcing laws. It is led by the President, who also acts as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, can sign or veto bills passed by Congress, appoints judges and key government officials. The President serves a 4-year term and may be elected to a maximum of 2 terms. Judicial branch, Supreme Court. Finally, the judicial branch interprets laws and ensures they follow the Constitution. At the top is the Supreme Court, which consists of 9 justices appointed for life. One of its most important powers is judicial review, which allows the court to strike down laws that violate the Constitution. Understanding how they work together helps you answer GED questions with confidence. Now that you know the 3 branches, let's look at how they keep each other in check. This system prevents any one branch from gaining too much power. Key examples to remember for the GED. The President can veto a law, but Congress can override the veto with a 2/3 vote. The Supreme Court can declare laws unconstitutional, limiting the power of Congress. The President appoints federal judges, but the Senate must approve the appointments. This system encourages cooperation and keeps the government accountable. Understanding the roots of the U.S. government helps you see how American democracy was built. This section covers the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the basic principles that guide the nation today. Step 1. A bill is proposed in Congress, either in the House or Senate. Step 2. It is debated and must be approved by both chambers. Step 3. If both pass it, the bill is sent to the President. Step 4. The President can sign it into law or veto it. Step 5. If vetoed, Congress can override with a 2/3 vote in both houses. This process ensures multiple branches are involved in making laws that impact the nation. Federalism is the system of government that divides power between the national and state governments. In this structure, both levels have their own areas of responsibility. State governments typically manage issues that are closer to the daily lives of citizens. For example, they handle education, local law enforcement, marriage laws. Meanwhile, the federal government takes care of national and international concerns, such as national defense, immigration policies, printing and managing currency. This division of power helps maintain a balance between unity and local control. In a democracy like the United States, citizens are both protected by rights and expected to uphold responsibilities that support the nation's values and laws. Key rights include the right to vote in elections, freedom of expression, such as speech and religion, the right to due process and fair treatment under the law. At the same time, citizens have important responsibilities, such as obeying laws to maintain order, paying taxes to fund public services, serving on juries when called to ensure a fair justice system, participating in democracy, which includes voting and staying informed about civic issues. These rights and duties work together to keep the country strong and fair for everyone. Understanding different forms of government helps you see how the U.S. system compares to others around the world and why democracy matters in protecting citizens' rights. The United States is a representative democracy, which means that citizens elect leaders to make decisions and pass laws on their behalf. To better understand how the U.S. government compares to others, it's helpful to know a few common forms of government. Monarchy. Power is held by a king or queen, often inherited through family. Dictatorship. One person or a small group holds total power, often by force. Theocracy. Government is based on religious laws and led by religious leaders. On the GED, you may be asked to compare different systems of government and identify key American values, such as liberty, justice, and equality. These values help define how democracy works in the U.S. and what makes it different from other forms of rule. In this lesson, we explored the Civics and Government section of the GED. You learned about the Constitution and Bill of Rights, the 3 branches of government and their powers, checks and balances, the lawmaking process, the concept of federalism, the rights and duties of citizens, forms of government, and how democracy works. Understanding these concepts is crucial for GED test questions that ask you to analyze political structures, interpret historical documents, or identify civic responsibilities. Welcome to economics, one of the most frequently tested areas on the GED Social Studies exam. This lesson focuses on essential economic concepts that appear regularly on the test, including market systems, supply and demand, economic indicators, and fiscal policy. Economics questions typically make up 15% of the social studies test, so mastering these concepts is crucial for your success. Let's begin with economic systems and market structures. Capitalism and free market economy. In a capitalist system like the United States, the economy is driven by private ownership and competition. Specifically, private individuals and businesses own the means of production. Competition drives innovation and efficiency. Prices are determined by supply and demand. Government regulation is limited but present. Key characteristics you'll likely see on the test include private property rights, freedom of choice for consumers and producers, profit motive drives business decisions, competition benefits consumers through lower prices and better quality. Mixed economy. However, in reality, most economies today are mixed economies, which means they blend free market principles with government intervention, Both public and private sectors play a role. Government steps in to prevent market failures, and social safety nets and public services are included to support citizens. Market competition types. Understanding the different types of market structures can help you recognize how businesses operate. Perfect competition. Many sellers, identical products, easy entry and exit. Monopoly. A single seller controls the entire market. Oligopoly. A few large firms dominate the market. Example, airlines, telecommunications. Monopolistic competition. Many sellers offer slightly different products, allowing for consumer choice. These systems and structures form the foundation of how the U.S. economy works and will likely appear in GED test questions.
To understand how prices are set in the economy, you need to grasp the basic forces of supply and demand. The law of supply. Supply refers to how much of a product producers are willing and able to sell at various prices. Law of supply. As prices go up, the quantity supplied goes up. Supply curve. Slopes upward from left to right. Factors that affect supply include production costs, wages, raw materials, technological advances, number of sellers in the market, government policies or regulations. The law of demand. Demand refers to how much of a product consumers are willing and able to purchase at various prices. Law of demand. As prices go up, the quantity demanded goes down. Demand curve slopes downward from left to right. Factors that affect demand include changes in income, consumer preferences, population changes, prices of substitute or complementary goods. Market equilibrium. This is the point where supply meets demand. Equilibrium price. The price at which quantity supplied equals quantity demanded. Market clearing. No surplus or shortage exists at this price. Shifts in curves. If something other than price changes, like technology or income, the entire supply or demand curve shifts, causing a new equilibrium. GED tip. Expect to interpret supply and demand graphs. Watch for shifts caused by outside factors versus movements along the curve caused by price changes only.
Understanding the health of an economy requires analyzing several key indicators. These indicators help explain whether an economy is growing, shrinking, or remaining stable. Let's explore them one by one. Gross Domestic Product, GDP. To begin with, GDP measures the total value of all goods and services produced within a country during 1 year. It serves as a broad indicator of a nation's economic activity. Real GDP. This is adjusted for inflation and shows actual economic growth over time. Nominal GDP. In contrast, this version is not adjusted for inflation and can be misleading if prices rise. GDP per capita. This divides GDP by the total population, providing insight into the average standard of living. GDP growth rate. Finally, this represents the percentage change in GDP from year to year and signals the pace of economic growth. Unemployment rate. Next, the unemployment rate indicates the percentage of people actively seeking work who cannot find jobs. This rate offers insight into the economy's ability to generate employment. There are different types of unemployment to understand. Frictional unemployment, temporary, as people transition between jobs. Structural unemployment occurs when workers' skills don't match available jobs. Cyclical unemployment, linked to economic downturns and decreases during periods of growth. It's important to note that full employment doesn't mean zero unemployment. Economists typically consider an unemployment rate of 4 to 5% to represent full employment, as it accounts for both frictional and structural unemployment. Inflation rate. Moving on, the inflation rate measures how quickly prices for goods and services rise over time. This impacts purchasing power and cost of living. Consumer Price Index. This index tracks the prices of a typical set of consumer goods to measure inflation. Causes of inflation may include an increase in the money supply, too much money chasing too few goods, rising production costs, e.g., wages, raw materials. Effects of inflation. It reduces the value of money, meaning people can buy less with the same income. This is especially harmful to those on fixed incomes. Business cycle phases. Finally, economies move through recurring periods of growth and decline, known as the business cycle. It includes 4 key phases. Expansion, a period of economic growth where GDP rises and unemployment falls. Peak, the high point of economic activity before a downturn begins. Contraction, or recession, economic activity declines, GDP falls, and unemployment rises. Trough, the lowest point of the cycle, after which recovery typically begins. GED focus. A recession is officially defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. Expect GED questions that ask you to identify or interpret these phases using graphs or descriptions. Understanding how money works is key to understanding the broader economy. Functions of money. To begin with, money plays a crucial role in any economy by serving 3 primary functions. Medium of exchange. First and foremost, money allows people to trade goods and services without relying on barter systems. Unit of account. Secondly, it provides a standard way to measure and compare the value of different items. Store of value. Finally, money retains its value over time, allowing people to save and make future purchases. These functions make money a powerful tool for organizing and operating a modern economy. The Federal Reserve System. Next, let's look at the institution that manages the U.S. money system, the Federal Reserve, or the Fed. Established in 1913, the Fed is the central bank of the United States. Its key responsibilities include controlling the nation's money supply and interest rates, regulating banks and financial institutions to ensure stability, processing payments between banks, acting as the government's bank for financial operations. Understanding how the Fed works helps explain how the economy responds to growth, inflation, and recessions. Federal Reserve tools. To manage the economy, the Fed uses several powerful tools, including reserve requirements. This is the amount of money banks are required to keep in reserve and not lend out. By raising or lowering this, the Fed influences how much money banks can loan. Discount rate. This is the interest rate the Fed charges banks for short-term loans. A lower rate encourages borrowing, a higher rate discourages it. Open market operations. The Fed buys or sells government bonds to increase or decrease the money supply in the economy. Federal funds rate. This is the target interest rate for lending between banks, which influences many other interest rates in the economy. Each tool plays a strategic role in shaping overall economic conditions. Monetary policy goals. With these tools, the Fed carries out monetary policy, which has 2 main types. Expansionary policy, easy money. When the economy is slow or in a recession, the Fed may lower interest rates and increase the money supply to encourage borrowing, spending, and investment. Contractionary policy, tight money. On the other hand, when inflation is too high, the Fed may raise interest rates and reduce the money supply to slow down spending and stabilize prices.
In Part 2, we'll explore fiscal policy and the government's economic role to better understand how the government influences the economy through spending and taxation. Welcome to Lesson 5.4 on Geography. Geography is a fundamental component of the GED Social Studies test, accounting for approximately 15% of all exam questions. In this comprehensive lesson, you'll master the essential geographic concepts and skills that appear most frequently on the test. Let's begin your journey to geographic mastery. Maps are tools that help us understand how people and places are arranged on the surface of the Earth. Understanding geographic location. To begin with, geography often asks the question, where is something located? This can be described in two important ways. Absolute location. This tells the exact position of a place on Earth using a system of coordinates. Latitude lines run from side to side, or east to west. They measure how far north or south a place is from the equator, which is 0 degrees latitude. Longitude lines run up and down, or north to south. They measure how far east or west a place is from the prime meridian, which is 0 degrees longitude. Coordinates are written in degrees. For example, New York City is located at 40 degrees, 45 minutes north, and 73 degrees, 58 west. Relative location. This describes where a place is by comparing it to other known places. For example, you might say, Denver is east of the Rocky Mountains and west of the Great Plains. Relative location is helpful when analyzing how places are connected or how geography influences human activity. Map types and how they are used on the GED. Now that you understand how to describe locations, let's explore the types of maps you may see on the GED test. Each map type has a different purpose. Political maps. These maps show human-made boundaries and features. They include country borders, state lines, cities, and capital locations. These are useful for analyzing political changes, trade routes, and conflicts. GED test questions may ask about how borders changed over time or how countries interact. Physical maps. These maps show natural features of the Earth, such as mountains, rivers, and deserts. They also show changes in elevation, often using contour lines. These maps help explain why people settle in certain areas and avoid others. For example, mountains might block transportation, while rivers might support trade. Thematic maps. These maps focus on specific topics or sets of data. A choropleth map uses colors or shading to show things like population density or income levels. A dot density map uses dots to show how many things are in a certain area. For example, each dot might represent 1,000 people. A flow map shows movement, like migration patterns or shipping routes. Thematic maps are common on the GED because they help visualize information quickly. Key map reading skills. Next, let's talk about the skills needed to read maps correctly. Understanding these features will help you answer GED questions with confidence. Scale. The scale tells you how distance on the map compares to distance in real life.
A large-scale map shows a small area in great detail. For example, a map of a neighborhood. A small-scale map shows a large area with less detail. For example, a map of the entire country. If no scale is given, try to estimate using the size of familiar landmarks. Legend or map key. This section of the map explains what the symbols, lines, or colors mean. Always check the legend first before trying to interpret the map. Symbols can be different from one map to another, so never assume their meaning. Direction and orientation. Most maps are drawn with north at the top, but not always. Cardinal directions are north, south, east, and west. Intermediate directions include northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. Always look for a compass rose or direction indicator to understand which way is which. Human-environment interaction is a key topic you need to understand for the GED Social Studies test. First, let's look at how geography affects human activity. Geography influences where people live, the types of jobs available, and how societies grow and develop. For example, mountains may limit farming, but can increase tourism. Likewise, rivers support trade, transportation, and agriculture. In contrast, deserts often have lower population densities. On the GED, you may be asked why cities form near water or how geography impacts population growth. Next, let's explore how humans change geography. People shape the environment through things like urban development, deforestation, irrigation, and building transportation systems like highways and railroads. Expect GED questions about cause and effect. For instance, how human actions modify environments and the outcomes of those changes. Understanding how regions are defined and what makes them unique is important for answering GED test questions related to global patterns and relationships. Let's begin by understanding what a region is. A region is an area that shares something in common. This could be geography, culture, or function. Now, the GED test might ask you to compare different types of regions, so here are the main ones. First, we have formal regions. These have clear boundaries and shared features. For example, countries, states, and climate zones all fit this type. Next are functional regions. These are centered around a specific point or activity. Think of things like a city and its suburbs, school districts, or areas served by a TV or radio station. Finally, we have cultural regions. These are areas where people share similar cultural traits, like language, religion, or traditions. Examples include Latin America or the Middle East. Now let's talk about major world regions you should know for the test. North America has many climates, large rivers, and lots of natural resources. Europe has a moderate climate and high population, but fewer natural resources. Asia is the largest continent with monsoon seasons and early river-based civilizations. Africa includes deserts like the Sahara, tropical climates, and many types of ecosystems. South America has the Amazon rainforest, the Andes Mountains, and many climate zones. Australia and Oceania include island nations with unique ecosystems and effects of isolation. On the GED test, being able to recognize different types of regions and their key features can make these questions much easier to handle. Next, let's explore how geography connects to real-world economics. First, let's look at how resources are spread across the globe. For example, energy resources like oil are mostly found in the Middle East, Russia, and North America. Meanwhile, coal deposits are heavily concentrated in China, the US, and Australia. In contrast, renewable energy depends on geography. Deserts are ideal for solar power, and coastal areas work well for wind farms. Moving on to agricultural zones, grain is mostly grown in temperate regions, tropical crops near the equator, and livestock is raised in grasslands. As you can see, resource location directly impacts what people grow or produce and where they do it. Trade and transportation. Next, let's connect geography to trade. Natural features like rivers, mountain passes, and straits make up trade routes that have been used for centuries. For instance, rivers allow goods to move inland, while canals and straits like the Panama Canal help link oceans for faster global shipping. Now, let's think about economic development. Coastal areas usually develop faster because they have better access to ports and international trade. On the other hand, landlocked countries often face higher transportation costs. And even though resource-rich areas might grow quickly, the wealth is not always shared equally. To sum up, geography doesn't just shape the land. It shapes economies, trade routes, and even opportunity. Keep this connection in mind as you prepare for the GED. It's a key concept they love to test. Population geography helps us understand where people live, why they settle in certain areas, and what drives them to move. This is important for the GED, as questions may focus on population density, migration, and global settlement patterns. Distribution patterns. To begin with, population is not spread evenly across the globe. Several factors influence how dense a population is in a specific area. Climate. People tend to prefer moderate climates. Water availability. Access to fresh water supports large populations. Arable land. Fertile soil allows for farming and food production. Economic opportunities. Cities with jobs attract people. Political stability. Safe and peaceful countries draw more residents. For example, some of the most densely populated areas include East Asia, China, Japan, and Korea. South Asia, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Europe, especially Western Europe. Northeastern United States. Southeast Asia, including countries like Indonesia and Vietnam. Migration patterns. Next, let's explore why people move from one place to another. Migration is often influenced by push and pull factors. Push factors, reasons people leave. Natural disasters like floods or earthquakes. Lack of jobs or income. Political persecution. Environmental problems like pollution or drought. Pull factors, reasons people go. Better job prospects. More political freedom and safety. A more comfortable or stable climate. The desire to reunite with family. In short, migration reflects a combination of problems people are trying to escape and opportunities they hope to gain. To sum up, population geography reveals how humans interact with the environment and each other. Knowing the reasons behind population patterns and migration will help you answer social studies questions more confidently on the GED exam.
In this lesson, we explored key concepts that are essential for success on the GED Social Studies test. Map skills and interpretation, reading latitude, longitude, understanding map scales, directions, and different map types. Geographic tools, using globes, compasses, and GIS to interpret spatial data. Physical geography, major landforms, bodies of water, climate zones, and natural resources. Human geography, population density, migration patterns, urbanization, and cultural geography.
economic geography, trade routes, natural resource distribution, and global economic patterns. Environmental issues, climate change, deforestation, desertification, and pollution impacts. Regions and boundaries, political borders, world regions, and their cultural or economic characteristics. Patterns and relationships, how physical geography influences human settlement, culture, and economy.
Welcome to Module 5.5 of your GED Social Studies preparation. Today we're focusing on one of the most important skills you'll need for test success: analyzing visual materials like charts, graphs, and political cartoons. These types of questions make up about 40% of what you'll see on the actual GED test, so mastering this skill is crucial for passing. By the end of this lesson, you'll have a systematic approach to tackle any visual analysis question with confidence. Let's start with the basics. Every chart or graph has essential key components you must identify first: title and labels. Always begin by reading the title, as this tells you exactly what data you're looking at. Scale and time frame. Examine the labels on both axes, check the scale, and note the time frame being covered. Source information. This tells you who collected the data and helps you assess its reliability. Units of measurement. Pay attention to whether we're talking about thousands, millions, or percentages. You'll encounter 4 common GED chart types. Bar charts. These compare quantities across different categories, so look for the highest and lowest bars. Line graphs. These show change over time, so focus on whether the trend is going up, down, or staying steady. Pie charts. These display parts of a whole that always total 100%, so identify the largest and smallest segments. Tables. These organize data in rows and columns, so practice finding specific information quickly. Now let's learn the STAR method, a systematic approach that works for any visual question. S. Scan the visual type and title. First, identify what type of chart you're looking at and read the title. T. Read titles and all labels. Examine all titles and labels, including axes, legends, and source information. A. Analyze patterns and trends. Look for patterns, trends, and relationships in the data. R. Relate data to the question. Connect what you've learned to the specific question being asked. The GED will test you with 4 main question types. Direct reading questions ask you to find a specific data point. For example, what was the rate in 2020? Comparison questions require you to identify which category has the highest or lowest value, such as which had the highest growth. Trend analysis questions focus on changes over time periods, like between 1990 to 2000. Calculations questions ask you to combine data points, such as what percentage combined, like adding percentages for education and healthcare spending together. Next, let's examine political cartoons, which require a different skill set. Political cartoons use common symbols to represent bigger ideas. Uncle Sam represents the U.S. government or American people. Donkey represents the Democratic Party. Elephant represents the Republican Party. Eagle represents American strength or freedom. Dove represents peace. Scale represents justice or fairness. Now let's review the visual elements that reveal meaning. Facial expressions show the cartoonist's opinion, whether characters appear angry, worried, or confident. Size and position indicate power and importance. Larger figures usually represent more influence or significance. Labels provide direct identification of people, places, or concepts. Setting gives historical context about when and where events are taking place. Moving forward, let's learn how to find the cartoonist's point of view. First, determine whether the cartoon uses positive or negative imagery. Next, connect the cartoon to historical context and events from that time period. Consider the intended audience reaction. What response did the artist want to create? Finally, decide whether the cartoon shows support or criticism of the subject. Now let's examine advanced techniques for better analysis. Spotting misleading visuals. Watch for broken scales that don't start at 0, as these can exaggerate differences between data points. making inferences beyond the data. If unemployment rose while factories closed, there's likely a connection between these events. Cross-referencing with text passages. Check whether the visuals support or contradict the written information provided in accompanying text. Now let's discuss practical test-taking strategies. First, time management. Spend 30 seconds to scan before reading the question. This helps you understand what you're examining. Read complex questions first, then examine the visual with that specific question in mind. Use the process of elimination. Quickly remove obviously wrong answers to narrow down your choices. Next, let's review what to avoid these mistakes during the test. Misreading scales or units. Always double-check whether numbers represent thousands, millions, or percentages. Confusing correlation with causation. Remember that just because two trends happen together doesn't mean one causes the other. Overlooking time frames. Make sure your answer matches the specific years mentioned in the question. Assuming information not shown. Only use data that's actually presented in the visual. For a quick check before answering, ask yourself these questions shown on screen. What type of chart or graph is this? What time period does it cover? What are the highest and lowest values? What trend or pattern do you notice? What's the main message being conveyed? Let's wrap up with the key takeaways from this lesson. Use the STAR method for all visuals. This systematic approach works for any chart or graph you encounter. For political cartoons, focus on symbols plus message plus context. Understanding these three elements will help you interpret any cartoon. Remember that 40% of test questions involve visual analysis, making this skill crucial for your success. Practice systematic analysis, not quick guessing. Taking time to understand leads to better results. Finally, take time to understand before answering. Those crucial seconds of analysis will improve your accuracy significantly. You've now learned systematic approaches to tackle the visual analysis questions that make up a significant portion of your GED social studies test. Remember to use the STAR method for charts and graphs, focus on symbols and context for political cartoons, and always practice methodical analysis rather than rushing to answer. With these strategies, you'll approach visual analysis questions with confidence on test day. Welcome to Module 5.6 of your GED Social Studies preparation. Today, we're focusing on one of the most critical skills for test success: identifying bias and evaluating sources. Approximately 30% of your GED Social Studies questions will require you to analyze the credibility, perspective, and reliability of different sources. Let's start by understanding different source types and what makes them credible. Primary sources provide direct evidence from the time period being studied. These include original documents, eyewitness accounts, photographs, and official records. Secondary sources analyze or interpret primary sources, like textbooks, documentaries, and scholarly articles written later. For source credibility factors, examine the author's expertise and credentials. Are they qualified to write about this topic? Check the publication date and relevance. Is the information current enough to be accurate? Consider the publisher's reputation and standards. Do they have editorial oversight and fact-checking processes? Finally, identify the purpose and intended audience. Is this meant to inform, persuade, or entertain? Now let's examine common types of bias you'll encounter. Selection bias occurs when authors choose only facts that support their position while ignoring contradictory evidence. Confirmation bias happens when people seek information that confirms their existing beliefs. Cultural bias means viewing events through a specific cultural perspective without considering other viewpoints. Temporal bias involves judging historical events by current standards rather than the context of their time. Watch for these bias indicators in sources. Emotional language and loaded words signal the author is trying to influence rather than inform. One-sided presentation of facts means important perspectives are missing. Look for missing context or counter-arguments. Credible sources acknowledge different viewpoints. Finally, overgeneralization and stereotypes indicate the author is making broad claims without sufficient evidence. Understanding the author's purpose is crucial for evaluation. To inform means presenting facts objectively without trying to influence opinion. To persuade involves convincing readers to accept a particular viewpoint or take action. To entertain focuses on engaging the audience emotionally rather than providing factual information. To sell means promoting a product, service, or idea for personal gain. Look for perspective clues in the writing. Word choice and tone reveal the author's attitude toward the subject. Notice what information is emphasized. This shows what the author considers most important. Pay attention to what information is omitted. Missing details can be as revealing as included ones. Consider the assumptions about the audience. Is the author writing for experts, general public, or people who already agree with them? Historical context factors help you understand why sources were created and shaped as they were. The time period when the source was created affects the available information and perspective. The social and political climate influences what authors feel safe or motivated to write. Available technology and knowledge determine what information was accessible. Cultural norms and values of the era shape what seemed acceptable or important to discuss. For point of view analysis, ask these key questions. Who is the intended audience? Scholars, politicians, or general public? What is the author's background, their education, profession, and personal experiences? What events influence this perspective? Recent wars, economic changes, or social movements? How might others view this differently? Consider gender, class, race, and geographic differences in perspective. When comparing multiple sources, look for consistent facts across different authors and publications. This suggests reliability. Identify conflicting information and try to understand why sources disagree. Note different interpretations of the same events. This helps you understand various perspectives. Evaluate which sources are most reliable based on credibility factors we discussed earlier. Watch for red flags that indicate unreliable sources. No author or publication information makes it impossible to verify credibility. Extreme or inflammatory language suggests bias rather than objective reporting. Claims without supporting evidence cannot be verified or trusted. Sources that contradict established historical facts require extra scrutiny and verification from other sources. For quick evaluation during the test, follow these steps. Scan source information first: author, publication, and date. Identify the author's purpose and intended audience from the content and tone. Look for bias indicators like emotional language or one-sided arguments. Check the publication date and historical context to understand the perspective. Compare with other sources if multiple sources are provided in the question. You'll encounter these common GED question types. Which source would be most reliable for requires you to evaluate credibility factors. The author's perspective can best be described as asks you to identify the author's viewpoint or bias. This source shows bias because tests your ability to recognize bias indicators. Based on the sources, which statement is most accurate requires comparing multiple sources to find supported conclusions. Use this source analysis checklist for systematic evaluation. Who wrote this and when helps establish credibility and context? What was happening historically provides background for understanding perspective. What is the author trying to accomplish reveals their purpose and potential bias. What evidence supports their claims shows the strength of their argument. What perspectives are missing indicates possible selection bias. How does this compare to other sources helps verify accuracy. For time management during the test, spend about 45 seconds analyzing sources before answering questions. Focus on the most obvious bias indicators first: extreme language, missing information, or clear purpose to persuade. Use process of elimination to remove obviously wrong answers. Don't overthink your analysis. If you followed the systematic approach, trust your evaluation and move forward confidently. Let's recap the essential skills from this lesson. Remember that 30% of your GED social studies questions will test source evaluation, making this a crucial skill for success. Primary sources provide direct evidence from the time period, while secondary sources offer analysis and interpretation. Always look for bias indicators like emotional language and missing perspectives that might skew the information presented. Consider the historical context and author's purpose to understand why the source was created and how it might be influenced. When multiple sources are available, compare them to identify consistent facts and conflicting interpretations. Most importantly, use systematic analysis rather than gut feelings. Follow the checklist and evaluation steps we've practiced. With these skills, you'll approach source evaluation questions with confidence, knowing how to quickly and accurately assess credibility and identify bias on your GED test. This final review lesson focuses on the highest yield concepts that appear most frequently on the GED exam. Remember, the GED tests reasoning and application skills over memorization. Approximately 70 to 80% of questions can be answered using information provided in the test materials. Let's start with the most testable concepts in mathematical reasoning. Test structure. To begin with, the test is divided into two major areas: 55% algebraic problem solving and 45% quantitative reasoning. In total, there are 46 questions to be completed in 115 minutes. Of these, 5 are non-calculator questions, while the remaining 41 allow calculator use. Highest priority topics next. Let's look at the most important topics to focus on. First, linear equations and inequalities make up about 30% of the test. This includes writing equations from word problems, solving systems of equations, and understanding slope and intercepts. In addition, word problems account for around 60% of the test. These include questions on percentages and percent change, ratios and proportions, work rates, and distance, time-speed relationships. Finally, basic geometry makes up about 20% of the test. You will need to know how to find the area and perimeter of two-dimensional shapes, calculate the volume of three-dimensional shapes, and apply the Pythagorean theorem. Must-know formulas. Now, let's review the essential formulas you should memorize. These include the Pythagorean theorem, which states a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You should also know the area formulas for rectangles, triangles, and circles. In addition, the quadratic formula is important, as well as the slope formula, which is the change in y divided by the change in x. Passing strategy. Finally, let's talk about strategy for passing. In order to pass, you need to answer about 60 to 65% of the questions correctly. Therefore, focus first on the high-yield topics, such as word problems and linear equations. At the same time, make sure to master data analysis basics, including mean, median, and mode, since these often appear on the test. To sum up, success on the mathematical reasoning section comes from focusing on high-priority topics, memorizing key formulas, and practicing smart strategies. With this approach, you can move forward with confidence. In this part, we will focus on the most important areas of the Reasoning Through Language Arts section. To begin, let's look at the test breakdown. 45% focuses on reading comprehension. 35% covers writing and language conventions. Finally, 20% is dedicated to the extended response essay. Next, we move to reading comprehension priorities. The passage types are divided into two categories. 75% are informational texts, which include workplace documents, science topics, and founding documents. 25% are literary texts. In addition, the critical skills you must develop are determining explicit details and making logical inferences, analyzing arguments and evaluating evidence, understanding the author's purpose and point of view, comparing multiple texts effectively. Now, let's transition to grammar must-knows. Key areas include subject-verb agreement in both simple and complex sentences, correct pronoun usage and antecedent agreement, fixing run-ons, fragments, and comma splices, applying proper comma usage, maintaining parallel structure. Finally, we come to the extended response essay keys. For success, you must analyze two opposing viewpoints. Choose the better supported argument rather than your personal opinion. Cite 3 to 5 specific examples from the source texts. Maintain a formal and objective tone throughout. Use a clear thesis statement, along with smooth transitions. By focusing on these core reading, grammar, and essay strategies, you will be prepared for the kinds of questions that appear most often on the test. Next, we will explore the most important science concepts you need for the GED. Understanding both the content and the reasoning skills will help you succeed on test day. Content distribution. First of all, the test covers 40% life science, 40% physical science, 20% earth and space science. It is important to note that 70 to 80% of the test focuses on reasoning skills, while only 20 to 30% focuses on content knowledge. Critical science skills. Next, let us look at the key reasoning skills. Data interpretation, which makes up about 50% of the questions. This includes reading tables, charts, and graphs, as well as identifying trends and patterns. Experimental design understanding. This means knowing independent, dependent, and controlled variables. It also includes evaluating hypotheses with evidence and understanding the scientific method. Highest yield content topics. Now, let us turn to the main content areas: life science, cell structure and function, genetics basics, such as Punnett squares, human body systems, like circulatory and respiratory, physical science, chemical equations and reactions, states of matter and phase changes, Newton's laws of motion. Short answer questions. In addition, you will face 2 short answer questions worth 3 points each. These require 1 to 2 paragraph responses. You must also cite specific evidence from sources provided. Success note. Finally, remember this success tip. The GED Science section has a 90% pass rate, the highest of all subjects. Even better, 85 to 90% of the answers can be found in the provided materials. To sum up, mastering reasoning skills, focusing on the most testable content, and practicing evidence-based answers will give you a strong advantage in the science section. Now, let's go over the most testable concepts in social studies. Content focus. To begin with, the exam breaks down into 4 main areas: 50% civics and government, 20% U.S. history, 15% economics, 15% geography. Civics essentials. First, let's review civics. 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, judicial. Together, they form the checks and balances system to prevent any branch from becoming too powerful. Federalism. This means power is shared between federal and state governments, guided by constitutional principles. Key amendments. First Amendment. Freedoms of speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th. Important legal rights for citizens. 13th, 14th, and 15th. Civil War amendments that ended slavery, granted citizenship, and protected voting rights. U.S. history. Focus periods next. You need to know key moments in U.S. history. The test often draws from the Revolutionary War and Founding Era, the Civil War and Reconstruction, World Wars I and II, the Civil Rights Movement, economics must-knows. In addition, some questions involve economics. You should understand supply and demand curves, market systems versus government regulation, economic indicators like GDP and unemployment rates. Document analysis skills. Moreover, success on the test requires analyzing information. Be ready to read political cartoons for hidden meanings, interpret maps and charts, analyze primary sources such as the Constitution and Bill of Rights. Passing strategy. Finally, let's look at strategy. You need about 22 to 24 correct out of 35 questions to pass. Keep in mind, about 70% of the test is analysis, not memorization, so practice applying concepts to new situations. In summary, mastering civics, history, economics, and geography while sharpening your document analysis skills will give you the edge you need on the GED Social Studies test. Focus on understanding connections, not just memorizing facts. Let's move on to common question formats and strategies. On the GED, not every question is multiple choice. Some require interaction with the screen. Let's break them down. Drag and drop. You'll be asked to sequence events or organize information. For example, arranging steps in a historical timeline or math process. Drop-down menus. You'll choose the correct word, number, or phrase from a menu. Common in grammar, editing and reading passages. Hotspots. These ask you to click on specific areas of graphics, like identifying a state on a map or pointing out a data trend in a chart. Fill in the blank. You'll type a number or short answer, often used in math and science. Most of your test will still be multiple choice, so mastering these strategies is essential. Eliminate wrong answers first. Cross out anything clearly off. This raises your odds immediately. Work backwards. Plug in the answer choices to see which one fits best, especially useful in math. Estimate to eliminate. If the answer seems too large or too small, it's likely wrong. Estimation can save time. Read the question first in reading comprehension. This way, you know what to look for before diving into a long passage. Always guess, no penalty. The GED does not deduct points for wrong answers. Leaving blanks only hurts your score. Flag and review. If you're unsure, mark it and move on. Don't waste precious time. You can return later. Remember, the GED is not just about knowledge. It's about smart test taking. By learning these question formats and strategies, you'll stay calm, save time, and get closer to that passing score. Quick recap. The GED is highly achievable with focused preparation on these high-yield topics. Remember that the test measures high school equivalency, not advanced academic knowledge. Focus on math, linear equations, word problems, basic geometry, RLA, reading comprehension, key grammar rules, essay structure, science, data interpretation, experimental design, reasoning skills, social studies, civics concepts, document analysis. Critical thinking. Success comes from understanding question formats, managing time wisely, and applying reasoning skills to the information provided in the test. With consistent practice on these most testable concepts, you're well prepared to pass all 4 GED subjects. This lesson focuses on the psychological preparation and final review strategies that make the difference between knowing the material and actually performing well on test day. We'll cover proven mental techniques, last-minute review methods, and strategic approaches that successful GED test takers use to maximize their scores. First, let's talk about how to manage the critical 48 hours before your test. This short window can make or break your performance, not because you'll suddenly learn a lot of new material, but because your mindset, rest, and preparation will directly affect how well you use what you already know. 2 days before the test. To begin with, stop intensive studying. Your brain needs time to consolidate information. Instead, review only your summary notes and key formulas. At this point, it's also smart to get practical details in order. Prepare your documents, ID, confirmation number. Do a practice run to the test center if the location is unfamiliar, and check traffic patterns for your test time. Finally, lay out your test day outfit. Choose something comfortable and layered so you can adjust to the room temperature. The day before the test. Next, on the day before the exam, avoid learning new material. Reviewing unfamiliar content only creates unnecessary anxiety. Instead, keep it light. Spend no more than 30 minutes revisiting your personal trouble spots. Then, organize all your test materials in one place and set multiple alarms so you wake up on time. To protect your energy, avoid alcohol and limit caffeine. Try to get to bed at least 30 minutes earlier than usual. And end your evening with something relaxing that doesn't involve screens, like reading, journaling, or listening to calm music. The morning of the test. Finally, on test day morning, wake up at least 2 hours before leaving. Start with a balanced breakfast that includes protein and complex carbs, while avoiding sugary foods that could cause energy crashes. A little light physical activity, like a short walk or some stretches, will help shake off nerves. Then, boost your mindset. Review your personal confidence sheet, 5 key points you know well, and repeat positive self-talk statements. Most importantly, leave earlier than necessary so you arrive calm and prepared. Anxiety is common during exams, but you can control it with the right tools. Physical calming methods. First, let's begin with simple physical techniques that calm the body and reduce stress signals. Box breathing technique. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4. Exhale for 4, hold for 4. Progressive muscle relaxation. Tense and release different muscle groups to release built-up tension. Grounding technique. Name 5 things you see, 4 things you hear, and 3 things you feel. Shoulder release. Roll your shoulders back and down to ease tightness. Facial relaxation. Unclench your jaw and soften your facial muscles. Feet grounding. Press your feet firmly into the floor to feel more centered. These physical actions send a signal to your body that you are safe, which helps your mind refocus. Mental reset strategies. Next, let's move to mental techniques that shift your mindset and reduce negative thinking. Positive visualization. Picture yourself staying calm and succeeding. Reframe negative thoughts. Instead of "I might fail," say "I'm prepared." Focus on process, not outcome. Take it one question at a time. Personal mantras. Use short reminders like "I know this material." Helpful perspective. Remember, a little anxiety can actually sharpen focus. Accept imperfection. You only need a score of 145, not a perfect 200. These strategies train your brain to stay confident and realistic instead of overwhelmed. During test anxiety spikes. Finally, let's cover what to do if anxiety suddenly rises in the middle of the test. Pause and breathe. Take 3 deep, slow breaths. Skip and return. Move past a triggering question and come back later. Build momentum. Answer an easier question to rebuild confidence. Look back positively. Remind yourself of questions you already answered correctly. Positive self-talk. Say, "I can figure this out." Normalize difficulty. Remember, everyone finds some questions hard. By using these quick strategies, you can stop anxiety from spiraling and regain control of your test performance. Next, let's move into smart strategies for actually answering GED questions. The 3-pass system. To begin, one of the most reliable approaches is the 3-pass system. First pass, 40% of time, answer all easy questions immediately. Second pass, 40% of time, work through moderate difficulty items. Third pass, 20% of time, attempt flag difficult questions. As a reminder, never leave blanks. Educated guesses still give you a chance at points. Also, trust your first instinct unless you find clear evidence to change an answer. Question type strategies. Next, let's look at how to handle specific types of GED questions. Meeting passages. Read the questions first, then scan the text for answers. Math word problems. Underline exactly what you're solving for before working. Science graphs. Always check axis labels and units first to avoid mistakes. Social studies documents. Pay attention to the source and date immediately. Extended response. Spend about 5 minutes planning before writing. Answer pattern recognition. Finally, keep in mind some answer choice patterns that often appear on standardized tests. Avoid choosing all of the above unless you're certain. None of the above is rarely correct on the GED. Extreme words, always, never, only, often signal wrong answers. Moderate qualifiers, usually, often, sometimes, are more likely correct. The longest answer is often correct in technical style questions. If 2 answers look very similar, one of them is likely correct. With these strategies, you'll be able to approach each question type with confidence and recognize common answer patterns that give you an advantage. Let's go through each subject area with the most testable shortcuts and reminders. Math power review. First, let's focus on math. Memorize these conversions. 1 mile equals 5,280 feet. 1 pound equals 16 ounces. 1 gallon equals 4 quarts. Key percent shortcuts. 10% means move the decimal left 1 place. 5% is half of 10%. 1% means move the decimal left 2 places. Other quick checks. Slope is always rise over run, or vertical over horizontal. Remember, the Pythagorean triple, 3, 4, 5, along with multiples like 6, 8, 10, and 9, 12, 15. Language arts quick wins. Next, let's look at language arts strategies. Essay structure, introduction, 2 to 3 body paragraphs, and a conclusion. Transition words to know. However, therefore, moreover, furthermore, in contrast. Grammar red flags. It's versus its. There versus there versus there. Effect versus effect. Comma rule. If you naturally pause when reading aloud, a comma is probably needed. Evidence citation. Always use direct quotes from the passage provided. Science logic patterns. Now, moving on to science. Variable identification. Independent is what you change. Dependent is what you measure. Graph relationships. Direct means both increase. Inverse means one goes up while the other goes down. Control group. Always the normal or untreated group. Hypothesis format. If independent variable, then dependent variable. Energy rule. Energy is always conserved, never created or destroyed. Social studies context clues. Finally, let's review social studies. Amendment numbers to remember. First equals freedoms. 13th abolished slavery. 19th gave women the right to vote. Economic indicators. GDP going up signals growth. Unemployment going up signals recession. Map reading. Always check the compass rose and the scale. Timeline trick. Work backwards from events you already know. Primary versus secondary sources. Primary is from the time period itself. Secondary is written about the period later. With these quick reminders, you'll be able to spot shortcuts, apply logic, and avoid common mistakes across all GED subjects. Your GED performance depends not just on what you know, but on how you apply it under timed conditions. Success comes from balancing preparation, calmness, and smart test-taking tactics. 48-hour countdown. Ease up on intense studying, review only the essentials, and get organized. Anxiety management. Use steady breathing and positive self-talk to stay calm and focused. Strategic approach. Apply the 3-pass system, eliminate wrong answers, and use question-specific strategies. Subject-specific focus. Rely on key formulas, patterns, and rules you've already practiced. Remember, the GED tests your knowledge and your test-taking skills. You've prepared the content, now execute the strategy. Trust your preparation, manage your energy, and approach each question strategically. You don't need perfection, just persistence and smart tactics to reach that passing score of 145.